Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, September the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. A couple of yeses. That lets me know that you can hear me and you can see my screen. So first of all, the market is going to open a little bit weak, it looks like this morning. Talk a little bit about the trade of the week, AHT. This could be interesting. I mean, it's got the room. I actually have an alert set for it if it breaks this high right over here, 1617. I know they talk about a trigger of 1591. I would probably wait for a 16, what was that price again? 1617 break. Because if you look left, then it's got some room up to about that 1850 mark. But again, how you trade it will be up to you. The one I'm really watching is this CCXI, just hovering underneath 19. So this stock was, of course, beaten up badly. They signed some kind of a deal with Japan for their drug, a Japanese agreement. So you can see that if it can take this out right here, these are the little highs this morning. We're in 1914. What's the high in the monthly right there? That's way above that high. I mean, just look at the potential gap fill. Again, I'm not saying it's going to fill this gap in. I'm just saying, you know what? We take one aspect of why a stock may not go up because of chart resistance. Well, that's completely out of the way. So let's just see if it can take out 19. I mean, it's up 4% right now. Decent volume, and it has some news. So it's just a matter of waiting to see if it takes it out. So let's take a look at other things. Our RCAT is 5-year deal with NASA. Okay, so that's your news for RCAT. Through the 200-day as we speak. The 200-day moving average is 347, so it's at 359 right now. Another one, it has some room. PALT, P-A-L-T, is gapping up on no news that I can see. Had a huge day on Friday. I'm not sure I'd ever seen this one before. PAL Talk, I wonder if it's anything to do like DATS. Blockchain implementation, okay, I have no idea what they do now. I mean, I can read this, but it's not like crypto was going crazy on Friday. So even though they've got crypto in their profile, I don't think it had anything to do with that. Yeah, I have to mention this one, but BBIG rearing its ugly head again. There it is, up 19%. No specific news. It may be the Wall Street Bets guys have got a hold of this one, or people have got a hold of this one again. I don't know. Hope nobody was holding ReWalk. They did a financing, and it's way below the financing. Did a financing at $2.03 a share, so that's way below on a percentage basis, sitting at $1.67. So hopefully nobody was holding this one. Ater, I haven't mentioned here. I don't think there's any specific reason for it, but of course this was a crazy one for the last few days. And it is, I don't know, maybe if it takes out Friday's high, 1482. I'm not saying to wait for that, but I'm just saying it is true. I'm sorry, that's not, here's Friday, sorry, 1354, I'm sorry. So it takes that out. Maybe it has another little run. A little more expensive one, BHVN. More expensive one. It is gapping down on phase 3 data, but look at this. It's almost trying to come right back. So it gapped all the way down to, all the way down to 117, and it has come right back. Not very much volume, though. I mentioned this just because, you know, it's a more expensive. Some people like to look at these ones. They're a little more expensive, but it's been very erratic. But again, very little volume so far. This is one I actually tried to short in the pre-market, EVLO. Mixed reaction. First it popped up. This was almost going to make my gap up list, and then it started to move down. The reason I didn't short it is because the spread got very crazy at times. At one point, I saw 630, 690. So even though I really wanted to short this one, I just had to hold off. And SEAL, SEEL. Let's see, this is still holding its gap. Let's see, an aggressive price target put on it by Roth. They've, I don't know if they were following this one before. I think they were. They had a 250 price target on it, and now they're suggesting 8. Okay, so that's the only reason I can see for this pop in SEAL. There's another smaller one, PHCF. PHCF is gapped up. Yeah, now it's starting to move down. So I mean, I just forget about this one. This is I believe this is a China stock. Of course it is. Yes, it is a China stock. And positive seasonability. That's some kind of a press release they put out. So good morning, Jose. You know, the other one, if you were in the room on Friday afternoon, I mentioned this one as something that could rally towards the end of the day, and boy, did it ever. Look at this, the PTGX. Of course, this is the one that got just beaten up a few days ago. It's almost getting back to that the high of that day, but had a beautiful rally at the end of the day. Went from about 18 all the way up to 19, just about. All right, let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how active the analysts are, and again, not too active. Not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. Let me get them in. There's that upgrade for SEAL. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I will get the downgrades in now. Wow. ATUS is still being downgraded. ATUS. Of course, this was one that was just got hit hard Thursday. Well, it started on Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday. I'm sorry, this is a monthly chart. Thursday, and then Friday continued down. Did have a little rally. But look at this now. Look, put a price alert under. I'm going to put a price alert around 1970. I think that was the low. I think that might have been the low on Friday. Stick an alert around 1970. See if it takes out that little psychological area of 20, and then just starts to move down again. I don't, David, so I can't help you there. Easy enough to make one later, but I don't have one right now. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. Just give me one moment, please. Oh no, David, I wasn't. Yeah, I don't have time to do that now, but later on. Just have to remind me. Yeah, so CalH is really quickly the graphical indicators. So you're talking about, let me see here. See if I have one here. Just give me a moment. I just have to find something that has one. Just give me a moment. Yeah, just it's in the properties. Yeah, it's in properties. But I'm on a new build. I don't see it where I used to see it. Okay, do it later. Yeah. If it's grayed out, it's possible it's based on your sorting, okay? But anyway, yeah, let's take a look at it a little later if you can just remind me. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors right now and see what's happening. No, the trade of the week is not in the. It's an email that you might have to just check. I mean, we'll tell you what it is. It's AHT, as JM is saying. It's AHT, suggested entry 1591. Typically, when you're not getting them, it's probably going into your spam folder. Or if you have, if you're using Gmail, it might go into your promotionals folder, something like that. Okay? But it is AHT, so. Now, let's take a look at the sectors pre-market. So the market is going to have a bit of a weak open, and as William suggested, here are all the energy though. Energy, every single stock is up. Wow, and there's some of them are having some big pops. Every single stock is up from the close on Friday. Just give me one moment. Yeah, so every single stock from Friday in the energy sector that make up XLE, the big ETF for energy, is up. Well, no NOV. Boy, this is really up too. I mean, sometimes you see them up, but you know they're up half, like hardly anything. But yeah, as William said, there are a lot of so energy in play today, obviously, as opposed to technology. We look at all the tech stocks so far. Okay, so far. It's going to change, of course, once the market opens. Right now, only 12% of them are up from Friday's close. Financials, though, look at financials. 90% are up from Friday's close. Consumers, yeah, about 50-50. Industrials, 58%. So obviously the two strongest sectors to start, we don't know what's going to happen once the market opens and then over the course of the day, but financials and energy. So if those, if you're looking at a financial stock or an energy stock, as we speak, they seem to be the best bet as opposed to tech. And communications is probably down. Yeah, so tech and communications are the two weak ones. Okay, so that's a glimpse. All right, so here it is. So yeah, I mean, it's only available, of course, in the. I'm just looking here. Here's a top list right there, and all I did was I. So if it's grayed out property, so you're saying it's grayed out. The graphical indicator is grayed out. I don't know why it would be. Let's see. Unless you've got it sorted on some kind of a. Maybe do a. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. That the when you click on properties, that graphical indicator is grayed out for some reason. All right, guys. So I am. The other one I'm kind of watching is this ML. I mean, this ML was the SPAC. It was Fuse, and it turned into the SPAC, of course, on Thursday. And there's the high up here, 958. Let's see if it can take out this high out here. Now this is, looks like an IPO here. This again, it was Fuse, and it turned into ML. Yeah, actually, I do see what you're talking about. The graphical indicator is grayed out for me on one of my top list scans. I don't know. It's been so long since I've looked at it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You might have to go to real tech support. I honestly don't know right now. There must be. It might be in the. Just trying to think if there's a way, because I'm sorting this in a certain way, but I don't think so. Let me just break this out. What time is it? 9:23. I got a little bit of time here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea why the graphical indicator would be. Yeah, keep an eye on the RCAT, guys. Can't be this sort. I don't know. Maybe do a reboot or something of traded. I really don't know. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I haven't used the graphical. Well, I've got graphical indicators on a lot of things, but I haven't touched them for years. I don't know why it's grayed out. There's got to be a logical reason, but I can't think of it right now. All right, guys, 9:25. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. APOP just popped in here also. APOP. Again, this happened right there. It was doing nothing until then. So trading higher after the company announced shareholder approval of the strategic. So it's going to be a merger, I guess, of some sort with a Quine. I don't know how to pronounce it. Pharmaceuticals. Quine. It's an Israeli company, okay. time is it? 9:25. I'm just going to load one. I want to load one top list window and just see something. No, I'm not even getting that option. Never mind. I don't know. I just don't know. You might have to go to our tech support, okay? Info, off the top of my head, I just don't know. Info at trade-ideas.com, okay? Funny, when you don't use an option for, I probably haven't used that option for years. All right, so APOP, yeah, popping up, but this is based on a potential merger. So I mean, wow, look, I mean, look how much it dropped. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, DATS had a big, great call by Zach at that high here. So looking to see if this has any sort. It's down a little bit, 2 to 3%. Want to see if it has any sort of a recovery. There's a pretty big top bottoming tail. I'm really interested in this CCXI. Now, it may not pan out, but I mean, just have to look at the V gap here. Look at the gap. Now again, I have a price alert set here at 19.15. Doesn't mean if it hits it, I'm going to take it right away. As you know, I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, so but I just want to, I mean, my ideal situation would be for it to just kind of rest here for a bit. It may not happen. It may take off right off the bat. It may not do anything, but rest a bit and then pop through and giving us a solid base at 19 to put a stop. But again, that may not happen. All right, I will now get rid of kind of a mixed, you can see right here, I've got almost the same number of gap ups as the same number of gap downs. So kind of a mixed bag this morning. All right. And as always, I will, just one moment, please. And as always, I'll be eagerly. Yeah, 1 minute. Thank you, William. Market's going to open in less than a minute. In about a little over 30 seconds from now. Let's have a great start to this trading week. And as always, cannot wait to see what sort of alerts to get from the option scanners. Okay? Been so successful just using it like a watch list. You don't have to pile into the trade immediately. But if you use it like a watch list and kind of track them all day, gives you a very finite number of stocks just to track. And we are open in 1, 2, 3. We're done. Open, not done. We're open. Aider, guys. Yeah, this is the one that I was saying it's just almost at the high, 1350. Well, it's just a little bit above the high. There's this PTGX, guys. I mean, this is, again, it's early, but it's really trying to recover here. It's had a great recovery, actually. Okay, now again, here's the CCXI, but it's early. Listen, it may run away from me. If you're a little more aggressive than I am, I mean, it's running now, CCXI. Wow, I mean, it's really running. CCXI really running. Didn't do what I wanted it to do. All right, AHT now. There was the wow. It's this was the trade. This is the trade of the week. I'd set an alert up here to take that high out. Wow, we're really we're getting some pops here, guys. Have some price alert pops here. Again, it's early. It is early. Lots of volume that came into DATS. And nothing will appear in these two windows until at least 9:45. My watch list up and down. That is by design. You know, but if you wanted to take the early alerts that are happening from my watch list, here they are. This Go EV, man, what a week it had. But again, this now look at this though, up to 922, back down to 870. Yeah, so far nothing on my basic interesting. Well, there's the ATUS guys, ATUS, gapping down below $20. Yes, here's some energy plays on the move here. Range Resources, RRC. EQT, another one, I think. Another energy play moving up. So yeah, as we noticed from the sector status channel, energy and financials were by far the two best. Again, we are early, but these energy plays. Yeah, that EVLO is so weak now, I just couldn't get it. It is shortable at IB, but you know, now that's down over 10%. That uptick rule makes it a little more difficult to get it. Below 6. Initial reaction was good to their press release, and then look at this. I'm talking about the EVLO. LPTX from Zach. Yeah, so the high on Friday was 388, so it's almost there. I'd probably wait for a break there, but again, it looks a lot like CCXI in terms of the potential void fill. No, EVLO guys just absolutely getting creamed here. I don't know if I mentioned ASLN. I don't think I mentioned ASLN in the pre-market, negative phase one data, or the reaction to it anyway. Yeah, it's why I'm looking at a lot of these things that popped and now they're just dropping. It's why I do not like to trade the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down just a little bit. Not that things are completely settled after 15, but just rather wait a bit. No rush to do anything. And nothing from the option scanner yet, which I like. I don't like the really, really early ones. That's ugly. I mean, look, guys. I mean, look at Ader as an example. Got all the way almost up to 14, and look what it's doing now. 1289. I'm not saying, look. You'll miss out. I will miss out on the ones that keep running and running and running right from the beginning. But I just see this happen too many times. Pop, drop, pop, drop. So, I mean, look at the CCXI as an example. That looked really good. That looked really, really good. I wanted it to break here. So it broke 1913, roared all the way up to 1950. And now, it dropped $1 just like that. So now what I'm going to do is reset that alert. See if it happens later on. Well, AHT though is looking pretty good now. I mean, it didn't really drop that much. This is the trade of the week. Trade of the week in that's the email that gets sent out every Monday morning. So far, I mean, how you trade, it's up to you. The 1591 was the trigger. If you're into a shorter term trade, I mean, that's a great percentage move if you took it around there. Yes, the float for both PALT and ARCAT have traded. It's holding the 200-day moving average, RCAT. Here's that green line on the daily chart. There it is. So let's just see if it gets back over 4 later on. I mean, it is traded the float. In other words, here's 51 million have traded, 26 million in the float. So obviously it is traded the float. As we speak, that ratio is about 1.9. Why is that significant? Well, obviously lots of activity, lots and lots of activity. And the other one is PALT, P-A-L-T. Again, look, traded 6 million, 3.7 million in the float. Okay, guys, the RCAT is, I'm sorry, it was something else, another alert. PHCF, it's on the way down now. You know, this one, yeah, sneaky, guys. I mean, this is a SPAC. So let's see, shareholders are likely to approve the IonQ merger, likely to approve it. So this is the, you know, look at the day it had on Friday. Continuation now. DMYI. This was in the option scanner, I believe, on Thursday. Might have been on Friday. I can't remember. Wow, look at DATS now, guys. I mean, very active. You know, look at this first. Look at this. So here's where the market opened. Got up to 1125. So all the way down to 10, not 10. But look at this. I mean, this is really active still. You know, the high on Friday was what was it? It was 1219. Stick an alert there. There's no resistance. It may be, you know, somebody's going to say, well, this is a scammy company. Again, it doesn't matter what we think. All that matters is what are the charts telling us? And 942, just waiting for anything happening here. Nothing in the option scanner yet. Yeah, look at Neo. I can't get too excited about. Yeah, wow. I mean, it's a big gap down now. I just typically don't trade, you know, stocks over $20. But yeah, I mean, look at the daily chart. The next support level will be about 41.60 or so, if it continues down. Meanwhile, DMYI just. Again, on the anticipated merger. It's a low float, 22 million in the float. But I'm just kind of holding out for something from my option scanner. You probably mean USEG, but let me... Right, you mean USEG, not UESG. Yeah, look at this, the volume coming in. And again, one of these crazy ones, I mean, has room to 8. Very low float. Well, I'm suffering a little bit here, guys. Just watching this DMYI go. Again, I just have this, you know, way of trading that I just don't like taking things in the first 15. But I mean, this is running well. But it is shortable also. Anybody got a handle on the WSB stocks today? You know what I'm talking about? today? I know it was last week, or one of them last week, but is it today also? So far, no reaction yet, other than negative. Thank you. What are they doing with Alibaba? All right, so let's take a look at, I'm never going to take a look at Alibaba, but SDC, which I don't like, but oh well. So I don't, again, it's just because of that high short float percent. Yeah, no, that's exactly a thank you, Shu. That's exactly what I was looking for. I know what you're talking about. And how about TMC? Yeah, Tesla certainly I won't trade, but interesting to know. But the cheaper ones. Well, guys, that's. I'll tell you, if it takes out that high of Friday, and it's not that far away from it. So, interesting day so far. Nothing in the option scanner. Okay, there's the RCAT, guys. RCAT now over 4, briefly anyway. It's just flirting with that 4. What's the high over here? High over here is 441. And another high of 428, another high of 415. So it's got that, just got this little area. Man, I mean, if it ever really breaks out, I mean, look left, and 740 odd is the next high looking left. Okay, guys, I mean, if this DATS takes out this high here, it's not that far away. That's on Friday, the high of 1219. DTST. It's pretty ugly. Well, I don't know. There's really nothing to look at. I mean, there's no volume. It's moving down, but there's no volume. Why would you want to look at this one? Unless you have it and you're wondering if it's going to pop. I have no idea. Unless I did a reverse split and it hasn't been. I don't know where you're getting up 200%. Not from trade ideas anyway. All right, guys, RCAT. RCAT holding 4, but again, this little area right there. I mean, if it can explode through here, it's a low float, 26 million in the float. Well, I don't know what the best gapper is. I mean, RCAT is doing well, RCAT so far, but it doesn't mean I'm telling anybody to take it. Somebody has asked me, what's the best gapper today? RCAT is, I mean, it's up 72%, and it's holding this 4 levels so far. Again, I'm not saying it's the best gapper. It did have some news, some kind of a 5-year contract with NASA. And USCG is, USCG just wasn't as active in the pre-market. I did see it, saw this action right there, but then I also saw this drop, and I thought, well, but it's a ton of room, 4 million in the float. And if you look left, the high up here is 790. So, and it's energy. Energy is strong today. So that might turn into the best gapper. I don't know. But it's not up a huge amount yet either. I mean, it's like 16%, but it's not crazy. It's not like it's up 100% yet. I think this is another little energy play, ENG. I think. Yeah. ENG, another cheap one, 24 million in the float. It is moving also. So energy, guys, today is energy day. So far. Let's just take a quick look. I'm sure every energy play is going to be up from Friday. Yeah, look at this. So the energy ETF, look at this. Every single stock is up from Fridays. And look at some of these moves. Not just up. I mean, sometimes when we see 100%, but a lot of them are up like 0.1%. Look at this move in energy. Look at this. I mean, look at these stocks, 6.8, 6.4, 5.9. And utilities, even utilities are up. The fins are up, financial. The weak sectors today are technology and I think communications probably. Though communications, well, actually communications is coming back, but technology stocks are the weak ones today. But you want to, right now, as we speak, financials and especially energy stocks are the ones in play. Yeah, we've got one, and I wish it were an energy play. LAUR just showed up in the option scanner. I wish it were an energy play. However, let's take a look left. The next high looking left, 1796, 1805. So, this is what I'm doing. The next high after that is up to 20. I am sticking an alert just over 18 and see if it takes it out later. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Again, it doesn't mean that if it takes it out immediately, I'm in the trade, but I definitely want to know about it. And that is the LAUR. That is from the option scanner. Meanwhile, RCAT is holding for well. Okay, and the ENG that I just mentioned, it also popped into the option scanner. Again, I'd like to see it take out 3. Lots of volume, low float. It just doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, compare this to RCAT as an example. I mean, hopefully you see the huge difference. If I type it in, you'll see it. Look at the huge difference when you look left, okay, compared to like an ENG. Now, RCAT does not trade options, so it's not going to show up in the option scanner, but, you know, I mean, that's a big, big, big difference. You know, we're just looking for stocks that could keep running. And RCAT, it broke through the 200-day moving average also this morning, so it's got that going for it also. Okay, you guys were mentioning Corvus before. So the next high looking left is 889, so that has some room if it wants to keep running. I'm really watching DATS today, guys, in case it takes out, you know, it starts to really get rolling again. Why is... Okay, so RCAT is now showing up and it's still hanging around that 4 level. RCAT just showed up in my watch list. Yeah, it went without me. AHT went without me. Beauty, absolute beauty. Little applause for Steve. It's not easy to come up with one trade to come up as a trade of the week. I wish it were Wednesday today because that's his day in the YouTube room. But you know what, guys? I mean, the trigger was 1591. If you took it around there, even if you waited for a 16 break, you're up $1. So how you trade it now is up to you. Oh my goodness, DMYI, guys, DMYI continues. So nice little base and now a pop here, a little bit of a pop here. And EEIQ, that was another one of those ones that was running last week. Look at this last week action for EEIQ. All right, RCAT is still not wanting to really break out over 4, guys. I keep watching it for this big break. So let's, you know what, put an alert up here around that 413 mark, see if it can take it out. Eng is challenging 3. What's the float? Fairly low float, 24 million in the float. No AI alerts, guys, not yet anyway. Looking at my thumbnail chart, seeing now the CCIX, the CCIX is trying to come back. CCIX, and did have some news. More importantly, I guess, sorry, CCXI. But more importantly, so it did have some news this morning. That's what has popped it a little bit, not much. I have to reset that alert to see if it takes out 19 again. But again, look left. Look at all the room it's got. Look at this weekly chart. I mean, it's got 8 ton of room. Okay, I still have my alert for LAUR that came from the option scanner. I have my alert set just over 18 to see if it goes from there. If it does, it has some room. Boy, this DMYI is certainly strong. All right, so the CRVS, I mean, yeah, it looked pretty good for a bit, but it is starting to pull back now. CRVS. It might make it into my scanner. Well, I'm sure it'll make it in my scanner later on. Minimum option volume to 8% has to be 300%, so it's almost there, but it would have to take out the high to trigger. So I'll stick an alert at 770, see if it takes that out. Takes that out, it has some room. Next high looking left would be about 9. Yeah, and I may be, listen, I may be wrong on this one. I'm just looking left. I'm just seeing maybe, I don't know, maybe a little too much resistance for ENG, but I may be wrong. It is an energy play. Energy is obviously hot today. As is DMYI. Pretty orderly too, only a penny on the spread. Give me a moment, please. sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, sorry, thank you. I'm just talking about the RCAT just really hanging around that 4 level. 26 million in the float, so it's a fairly low float. Again, just takes that out. Look at the room it's got left. It did have some news, a 5-year NASA deal. I do have AEHR thumbnailed, and I do see that it is, it's been pretty choppy so far. This will be an all-time high, of course, if it takes out 1675. So, stick an alert there. Why not? Stick an alert at that all-time high, see if it takes it out, and just continues this run. Again, I'm just kind of waiting on that CCXI to see if it can take out 19 again. What's the float again for CCXI? 53 million in the float, so it's not low, it's not crazy high. So it's just I'm just sort of mesmerized by this gap that could potentially start filling. Hey, we have a halt. Just got halted, and this is one. Yeah, they're going to be bought out. Announced shareholder or trading higher after the company announced shareholder approval of the strategic merger with I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm going to say Quine Pharmaceuticals. So it had the pop, then the drop. And now a little pop here. And it's halted. Okay, we do have an AI alert, first one of the day. Looking to see if there's any news on this one, on the GOSS. Yeah, basic new highs, what time is it, at 10, 11? Basic new highs and lows, it's just with the filters in place, with the price range I've got. If a stock meets those filter requirements and makes either a new high or a new low for the day, you'll see it here. It's really, are you a subscriber, Jose? So in other words, here's are my filters. So if the stock is between $1 and $20, current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum 400,000 shares, etc. These values are not this is the whole concept of building your own scan. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's what it is. In about 8 minutes, I'm going to go over, trade ideas in a little more detail, and I'm sharing all these scans, but that's all it is. No repeat means there's the first time we saw it at 958. Where was the price at 9.99? And so you can kind of go back in time and see, well, what did it do from that alert? Again, these are ideas. These are not, you get the alert, now you trade it, okay? These are ideas. So I can again go back in time, look at DMYI. The alert happened at 9:40. The price was 12:03. I can say, that ran somewhat. Okay. It's just a scan that you can put together yourself, of course. I'm definitely interested in the one AI alert. It's in the price range I like. I'm just kind of watching it right now. If you have a premium subscription, then you of course have access to the AI. I'm just kind of watching it now. Well, that's on the move here, guys. I'm telling you, listen, no guarantees, but if it does take out this high on Friday, I mean, it's very close, getting closer and closer. Volume is picking up. The high on Friday, it looks like that was about 12.19. That would be an all-time high. And APOP just resumed, and a little bit of a pop for it. Again, this is a merger that's been approved by shareholders. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, so this is sort of definite then. I mean, the company announced shareholder approval of the merger. Now, again, it popped way up here to 34. It fell way down here. That's almost a $10 drop. So, you got to be careful. Zach is talking about AR. Energy play, of course. Look at probably see a lot of stocks like this today. Energy plays. Energy's hot, hot, hot. Yeah. So what you're looking at here, this is it's not going to repeat. Okay. This is when the first alert happened. 948 this is sort of a don't repeat also. So if you're wondering, well, why does it say 405 when the price is at 366? That's why. DMYI, the same thing, 1225. So there you can just kind of go back and see, okay, what happened from that first alert? Here's the time, here's the price. Okay? Speaking of which, all right, well, DMYI now showed up in our option scanner. Yeah, I mean, that is how I've sorted this. I mean, you can, of course, have scans which are going to show, stocks making new highs all day long, over and over and over again. I just choose to sort it in this fashion. or to see it in this fashion. All sorts of different ways you can present the data. All right, MCF. What do we have here for MCF? What's the next high looking left is 450 on the monthly chart, and on the weekly chart it's about, it's just got this little area. I'd love to take this one because it's an energy play. It's another small energy play. It's got a big float though, 122 million in the float. I don't know, I just think it's got too much resistance around that 460 mark. I mean, it may pop right through. I mean, if it can, then it's got a shot to get to that 7 level, but, and energy is hot today, obviously. Whew, what a morning, guys. This has been a very, very active morning. So again, you can see here, DMYI, first alert at 9:40. Price was 12:03, 12:65 now. In my watch list, because I have a delay until 9:45 of anything, 12:25, 12:60. It's in the options scanner now, 12:58. Let's see, I mean, this has just been super strong. All right, well, before I get going any more, I want to talk about our test drive. Let me get my test drive link in here. Guys, DMYI from that option scanner is doing pretty good so far. No, we don't do crypto at all. We don't scan crypto. Just stocks only. Oops. Okay, the test drive. So I put the test drive link in. When you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. Not that one, guys. That's the generic one. Just a minute. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. The test drive, October 11th to 22nd. Okay, there's the correct link. This is what you'll see. So, if you want to try us out, and if you think you can afford $11.11, you'll get us for 10 trading days, as long as you can go from the 11th to the 22nd, okay? If you can't take advantage of, from, I think, 2 weeks from today. Wow. 2 weeks from today is a Monday. So I don't want to mislead anybody. It's 10 trading days as long as you can take it from the 11th to the 22nd. If you can only start on the 12th as an example, you're only going to get 9 days. So it's not 10 days from whenever you start. And this will give you access to the full premium service. If you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Kept seeing emails over the weekend. How come I don't have data? Please read what it says. It says it doesn't start the 11th. Okay, so you're not going to get any data until the 11th live. That's when it starts. So what you're doing is you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You can also take advantage of it if you want to take a look at our premium service and you're right now a standard subscriber for those 10 days, you can do so. It'll cost you $11.11. Another important thing, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? So the test drive, it's a finite, it's from the 11th to the 22nd. If you've ever wondered about trying trade ideas, perfect opportunity to do it. Now my guess is that, yeah, the Corvus probably just showed up. Corvus just showed up. Now what I want to do is also put my why am I doing this? Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. Okay. I'm going to put my homepage link in because there is a lot of information on my homepage. So let me resize the room. Guys, the one from the AI is starting to work not badly at all. And stats. I'm telling you, it takes out that high on Friday. I don't know where it's going, but it's going to be pretty. If it takes that I think it's 12.18 or so, this could really get running again. I'm trying to do a few things at the same time, guys. This is multitasking at its best, the things that I'm trying to do in the background here. So there's my homepage link. If you're in this main trading room, here's my tab, available all the time, Barry's homepage. There's the link right here. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. When you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you'll see. If it loads, there we go. Okay, so we have 4 plans: an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Annual, $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. Monthly is fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Please listen carefully. If you decide to keep on with a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? Now, my homepage, a lot of information. These 3 sections are free. The Trade of the Week, my Stock of the Day video, and the Education, all free sections. Trade of the Week, tremendous one so far, is AHT. And that's sent to you before the markets open every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at around noon. And education, lots of education here. New to trade ideas, you can take the introductory lessons. I really recommend you take a look at them. Talks about how to create top lists, alert windows, etc. Daily support sessions, We have a YouTube room. I moderate at the same time. I do take a break at around noon. So between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over. Today is Monday, so I believe it's Sean will be there in our YouTube room. Daily webinars. So this week they are Monday and Wednesday, okay? We're on a rotation now. Used to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Now we're on a rotation. So this week it's Monday and Wednesday. You can sign up for them all here though. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, information about the AI. Now, great series. If you're new to trading, this is a great little 36 short videos starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, this is for you. And we have some trading ebooks for you also. We created so a lot of information on my homepage. Recommendation, save my homepage link. Then you can take a look at this, plus my scans. Here is a sample layout, kind of looks a little bit like what you're seeing, plus all the individual scans that I'm sharing, including, the one I absolutely love, the moving higher with unusually strong options. So if you save my link, these two sections have got a lot of information. You can take a look at this then anytime you want if you save my link. Give me a moment here, please. Okay, now, what is Trade Ideas? If you're new and wondering what you're seeing, well, we're a scanner. I'm just watching some of these things. Vizio, I don't think I mentioned Vizio. I did not mention Vizio. I know I have it. I know I posted it earlier. This is a positive comment from Barron's. I guess that was the pop for Vizio. The reason for the pop for Vizio. I don't see anything else. Shares are trading higher and positive commentary from Barron's. Okay, now what is Trade Ideas? So that's what we scan the US stock market. That's what we do. This is an example of a scan. Call it basic highs, new highs and lows. So if you're going to build your own scans, you always start off with some filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. See, these are the filters I'm using. It's not important what these are. It's just the concept I'm going over if you're trying to build your own scans. So in this scan, if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. Okay? That's why we see these stocks here. What I consider one of the great things about Trade Ideas is that you do not have to know a programming language. We've created what we feel are enough alerts. When you see these icons, these are all the alerts. If I scroll down, and the icon changes to, come on. Okay, let's do this. Changes this icon, these icons, these are the filters. So we feel if you're trying to create your own scan, we have enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give you what you are looking for, okay? Now, if you don't want to ever create your own scan or you're just starting out, I know it can be a little overwhelming. That's why, number one, I'm sharing my scans. Okay, and number two, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, you will see a lot of themed channels here. These are all themed channels. So you can take a look at them. For instance, here's a momentum channel. If you want it, here's something we put together called Momo. Fleur, you see Fleur right here, okay? So if you wanted this scan, all you have to do, again, you have to take a look at the introductory lessons. It shows you how you can save something to the cloud. You just save it to the cloud. All right? The idea then is that you can go to all these different channels. They're all themed layouts. So if I look at the stock surging, I can see this one called the action is heating up. I might think, that's interesting. Save it to the cloud. So the concept then is to go through each individual channel, and if you see something you like, you just save it to the cloud, and then later on, you file load from cloud, and you will see everything that you saved, and you can bring them back one at a time, thereby creating a layout that you didn't have to know how to build the initial scans at all. Okay, so we try to make it very, very easy for you. Now, you can always, in my scans, you can always, when you look at them, or anything from the channels, and you look at this and go, well, I like the idea, but I don't like the price range. That's okay. You just make a change. If I wanted to change it to 10 and 100, and if I click on summary right now, you'll notice it says 10 and 100. If I wanted to change the volume, wanted to make any changes, of course you can do that. So it's very flexible. And again, I think the really cool thing is you do not have to learn a programming language at all. Okay, and let me go over the AI. We nicknamed it Holly. If you have our premium service, make it easy on yourself. Just click on New from our toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, when you do that, never mind these two up here, but this is the window that you'll see. This is the first and only alert so far. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, you have an entry, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You can wait to see how it trades a bit if you want. I mean, there's no mad rush. Okay? And how you trade them will be up to you. But that's what I would do. Make it easier on yourself. Also what I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. Nothing happens until the first alert you could possibly get from the AI would be at 9:35. So nothing happens in the pre-market. Well, our cat, to me, still has to take out 4. So, I mean, how's it looking? It's still got to, I'm still holding out for a 4 break. And if it doesn't do that, I'm not going to do anything. Okay, I mean, I've got my alert set up here, that little blue line up here. But certainly, I mean, look at the float, 26 million. It has traded the float now 4.5 times. So, I mean, it's still super active. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about this window you see here that we call Brokerage Plus. So I'm going to put a link to 2 videos in the room. Okay, so I put a link to the Brokerage Plus link. It has 2 videos. Okay, there's the Brokerage Plus link. It has 2 videos. The first video, smaller one. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window if you want to trade your account. Okay, not mandatory. Okay, but I just want to make it really clear. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. we're a scanner. You can use trade ideas with any broker, okay? We just happen to have a feature here called Brokerage Plus that if you want to use it and you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can trade from within trade ideas. You connect, that first video shows you how you can connect to that account, to your account. The second video, longer, guys, I'm just a little distracted watching some things here. Second video, a little bit longer, it's about 26 minutes long. It goes into a lot more detail about this Brokerage Plus window, okay? And it is relevant, that second video, to also, the next step I'm going to talk about is using it as a simulator, okay? Paper trader, simulator, whatever you want to call it. When you get into trading, when you're first starting out, I'm going to plead with you not to trade real money until you practice trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. If you're just starting out, you don't even have a broker, you can practice trading. You need a standard service, but it has a great simulator. Again, it's using our real-time data. And it's really simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at, and away you go. This DATS, guys, is really, I'm telling you, if it takes out that 12 something, interesting things could happen. Let's just take okay, I always like to demonstrate the simulator on a pullback. Let's say you wanted to take this GOS, but you wanted to wait for a pullback down to say 1340, okay? I'm showing the mechanics of how to do it. So I pick how many shares I want to trade. I'm going to put 1340. Again, I'm just showing the 1340. Both boxes, both in the price and the stop box. I'm going to click buy, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. So if it goes down to 1340, if GOSS goes down to 1340, it'll take the trade, okay? Just showing you the mechanics of how to do something like that. A lot of people like to take pullback trades, okay? I'll just leave it in. Happens, it happens. Now, if I don't want it anymore, if I'm looking at the market thinking, I don't like the way the overall market's trading, I don't like the way it's trading, excuse me, then I just go to the order section and I just right click and cancel it. Okay, all this is covered in that longer video. So I don't go into a tremendous amount of detail. I force you to watch that video. Okay, now let's take a trade, okay? Because I want to go over a little bit about money management. Okay, let's say you wanted to take this RCAT trade, okay? You don't want to wait for this break. Again, I'm just showing you the mechanics again. It's an okay spread. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. So I took the trade at 390. I'm going to put a stop at 370. I'll explain if you don't know what a stop is. When you get into trading, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So the way I trade, I have a price. I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So that is where the practice comes in, because you might say, well, how could I possibly know what that price is? Well, how I do it, again, I'm just showing you, I'm trying to make the math easy in this example. Typically what I do is I size up a chart and I look, probably more than likely at least on a 5 or a 15-minute chart, I look to where I think there could be a good support area, so that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Well, again, if you're thinking, well, how am I going to know that? Well, again, that's where the practice takes part. You can practice in the simulator. Okay, some will use maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Some might use the low of the previous 15-minute candle. Some might use moving averages. You know, you have to get comfortable with how you're going to place your stops. And it's only going to come with time and practice. So let's just say finally you think, okay, I'm kind of getting the hang of it, getting an idea about where I should place my stops. Of course, now the next step is, okay, if I lose on this trade, how much am I actually prepared to lose dollar-wise? I am not on mute. Thank goodness I'm not on mute. To make sure, you guys can hear me, right? Okay. So, Eric, I don't know why some people in some systems, they just cannot refresh or change browsers. I just don't know. Frustrating, but okay, so you've placed your stop. Now this will you notice I took 500 shares. It's not because when I trade I'm taking 500 shares or 100 shares or a fixed number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take will vary, okay, depending on the distance between my entry, which was 390, and my stop, 370. So if you have a $5,000 account, I hope you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You won't be trading very long. So in this particular case, in the simulator, I always risk $100 a trade. So if your account size can risk $100 a trade, so if you lose, the most you want to lose is $100. So that share size me. 390 was where I got in. 370 was my stop. The difference is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, what do you get? 500 shares. That's why, I took 500 shares. If my stop was, if the difference between my entry and my stop was 15 cents or 18 cents or 23 cents, I'd be dividing that into $100. So I'd be getting a different share size. Okay, so a couple of concepts. Placing a stop, which will then share size you. Because, you should know how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Then the other key thing is now to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. You get into, especially when you first start out, in the simulator, it's pretty simple. It's not your money. So, okay, get stopped out, move on. Once you start trading though, emotions come into it. And you get in, you're all excited, you get into that first few trades, you place your stop. You think, the room is talking about it, looked like I had a good press release, all sorts of good things, good setup. Guess what? Even though everything seems to check, even the best looking trade doesn't work. So sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop when in a case like that. So it goes down to 370 and you don't obey it, it goes down to 360, now you're down, $150. It keeps moving down. You keep not obeying your stop. You're down $300, $400, $500 before you finally exit the trade. Thinking, man, why didn't I obey my stop? So that is very key, to try to, obey your stop. Look, it can always come back. When I say that, for all the reasons you got into the trade the first time, maybe it gets back up to that level. Maybe the same kind of setup happens. So maybe you were a little bit early. And that's another thing. You should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. Maybe that doesn't sound maybe that doesn't sound like it makes sense. But you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. And only if you can maybe check, and I have about, maybe 4 things. If I can say yes to those 4 reasons, but if one of those reasons for my taking a trade is a no, maybe there's not enough room on the daily or the weekly or the monthly, then I don't take the trade. I have to say yes to every one of my things on my checklist before I'll take a trade. So the Goss is so far an excellent excellent looking trade. Well, I don't know about a growth stock for RCAT. I mean, it has some news. You got to, if you believe, it's 5-year NASA contract. I mean, I don't know. I can't answer a question like that. All you can do is look left and say, well, it did get up to 738. If you believe in this contract, you really, I'm not a big swing trader, okay? Well, just because if DATS takes out 1219, it doesn't mean, if DATS did something like this, had a giant candle and just took it out without any sort of a setup, no, I wouldn't take it. Okay, what I would be hoping for is that if it gets close to that 1219 level, that it kind of bases there a little bit and then pops. Okay, it may not do that for me, but no, I won't take it just because it takes out 1219. I'm just saying, if it takes 1219 out, that was just the high on Friday. And it's an all-time high, so there was no resistance. Meanwhile, what has my option scanner done since I missed this one? So this is another one of those SPACs, right? Yeah. So this is another, another one of those SPACs. Are they... Okay, so it doesn't look like they have their eyes on anything. It's just fairly... I don't know if it's a SPAC today. It looks like it's been trading. Yeah, no, that was February this year. So that's when it started. So maybe there's a rumor. I don't see anything that says. Let me just see here. Okay, so it says an extraordinary general meeting teleconference will be held on the 28th. So. I'm sorry, so there is a previous to vote on. Okay, so they're going to vote tomorrow. They are looking to merge with this Velo 3D. Okay, looks like that's an EV play. So it is the merger vote tomorrow. So yeah, so that's why a little bit of interest right now. Well, my number one is, again, everybody's going to be different, all right? But for me, the number one is looking left on because most of the things I see are already at the day's high or very close to it, or at the day's low if I'm looking to short. So that's why I have a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart up and running, because I want to see, okay, great, you're at today's high. Where's the next high looking left, say on a daily chart? If all this was underneath it, I'd then have to look at a weekly chart to see where the next high was. And if I can't see anything on a weekly, then I'm checking the monthly. So this is a pretty quick process for me, and this is obvious. I'm looking at 8. So it becomes a candidate. If for me, it's got enough room to keep moving before it hits the next high. That's my number one. Number one. And it's almost, could almost say that's my number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 10 reasons, okay? If I don't see a lot of room, then I don't take the trade. So that's probably, some have higher weight on my checklist. That'll be the highest weight that I would attach to those. And I don't even know if they're 4, okay? The next one will be, okay, I won't take a trade, for instance, if it was at 995, just underneath a whole number. I always like to see something that is breaking through a whole number. But like this one right here, well, it's way past the whole number, so I don't care. I'm not worried about 11 stalling it, okay? So I'm always kind of aware of where a whole number is. If it's very close, I probably won't take the trade. I'm also looking at the pattern. You know, I mean, I'm not just as I said before, just because the stock, you know, there's a nice little pattern here. If I were wanting to take this one, you know, not a bad little pattern, not a bad little base, and then a pop on some volume. So I'm always looking at the volume. I'll never take nothing I see will be trading unabnormally. Okay, all the filters that I've got means that a stock has to be trading somewhat abnormally. So that's a very quick checklist, but number one is looking left to see if it's got room. I mean, look at this one. I mean, it has a ton of room looking left. Look at the PT. You know, this is one that I really wanted to take earlier, but it just was getting slammed early. But look how this is actually completely come back at it all the way down to 18. Boy, I mean, wow. I mean, this high right here is 2020. I mean, it got slammed last week, but it has had a nice recovery from 13 now to 19 something. Yeah, so I'm not a huge growth stock. I mean, you have to probably look at fundamentals, and I'm just not. I'm not your person, Jesus or Jesus. I don't know how you pronounce it, but all right, guys, we are getting really close to that, sticking up that high on Friday and making an all-time high. Look at that, 99%. There's the high on Friday, 12.19. Yeah, if you left click, yeah, well, first you have to left click on the chart just so it knows what chart you want to be on. And then usually when you start typing, the change symbol box will appear. If it doesn't for some reason, and then you just hit enter and that'll change the symbol. Okay, so again, left click and then just start typing. And now, if for some reason this change symbol box does not appear, if you then hit the space bar and then it'll appear. Okay. Well, it's you chose the you chose your nickname. So all right, let's take a look now. I'm just looking to see some of the early alerts from my option scanner. You know, April, you asked about this one. Well, not this one specifically, but LAUR. Notice I've got an alert set up here at 1807. That was the high up here. If it took that out, and it's been pretty, you know, I mean, it's just struggling to get through 18. But if you can kind of see that if I can get through 18, then if you look left on the monthly chart, it's got some room to 20. You back this out. You can't see anything. That's what I mean. You can't see anything on the daily chart. And if you look left on the weekly chart, that high right there on the weekly corresponds to that high on the monthly chart. So that's kind of, you know, why I'm interested in this one, but only if it takes out 18. Now, Goss, I mean, I'll talk a little bit. I don't, I don't show the AI, Holly, mainly because it wouldn't be fair to those who pay for it. You know, if I'm going to just demonstrate it all day long. But, you know, if you've been in this room long enough, you know that I really like the ones under 20. Now, there's only happens to be one alert today, and it happens to be under 20. And when I looked left, that high right there was 1365. What was the alert? 1362. So I wouldn't have taken it until it broke through, which it did. And then you look left, the high is 1447. So it's got a little bit of room, not a ton of room, but it's got a little bit of room, especially if it takes out the whole number of 14. But right now, you know, I mean, it's not an incredible trade. It's up 1.3%, but you know, if it finds its way to take out 14, and then later on, if it does take out 14, I mean, look left, look where it could go. All right, now the RCAT. Okay, now the RCAT is above 4 for about the 100th time. I'm kidding a little bit. And now the only thing it has to do, right there is 441, right there is 428, right there is 415. Just got to get, you know, you can, I mean, I'm saying don't take it now. I'm not saying to do anything with it, but you can just kind of see the levels that especially if it can get through 441, look out. I mean, then you've got something you could really start running. I haven't even looked what the market is doing. So we've got this big disconnect from the market. You know, you can see there's the Nas down, you know, weighted with tech stocks. So we saw tech down. We saw financials up. You know, a lot of fins are in the Dow. So we've got a disconnect going with the market right now. Whew. Okay, now let's take a look at LAUR, sorry. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take any trades, okay? You have to make up your own mind. If it makes sense, some of the things I'm saying, you know, I'm not going to say, take this trade. But you know I love my option scanner, okay? One of the scans I'm sharing. I know I just flashed it briefly. Now, did it break through on volume? Not really. You know, did it break through that level on volume? But it's holding 18 well. Okay, well, it's on the run here and it's taken out that high, and now the next high looking left as we looked on the weekly chart and the monthly chart is 2005. So, well, let's just see. I was asked to take a look at CYTH. Yeah, there's no volume, so I mean, there's nothing for me to see here. There's no volume at all. So, can't really comment. I mean, there's 9,000 shares. You know, it had, you know, a few months ago, it had a big pop up here, but I can't see anything at all in this one. Okay, now again, remember the Laurel? It just didn't have the volume. Now it has the volume, but it's on the sell side. Okay, so that's why I was a little reluctant here, because it just didn't have the volume. Now let's see, so I have to reset my alert. at 1806 and see if it takes it out again. So you ask about taking a trade, you know, it didn't have the volume. Now it had the volume on the way down all of a sudden, but certainly it was not, that volume was picking up as the selling was getting close, so, or increasing. Now, it could have come back, yes. So that's why I have my alert set for 1807. But I want to see if it pops up. I want to see it on volume again, but moving higher, not lower. Okay, well, let's see. Now, can it come back on volume? Now this one, I don't know. I can't get a handle on this one. I know it showed up in the option scanner, but again, so if I look left, what do I see? 744, so there's the high. 784, so I mean, yeah, if I can get through that 750 mark, it has a shot. But, you know, I don't love it. Plus, this has had a wild day. It had an announcement pre-market. Published the results. The first reaction was great, and then it just sank, and now it's coming back. So, you know, this is to me, this is a bit of a tough trader. All right, guys, RCAT is, what's that float again? 26 million in the float. It's getting so close to really breaking out. Doesn't trade options. I mentioned this one earlier, a more high price one, KRA. This is the one that's going to be acquired by DL Chemical. So this one from the option scanner was okay for a bit. It just didn't keep going. 1036 was, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call that a win. But I'd be definitely watching it. I mean, you know, look left. What's the high looking here is 1039. So, and then after that, 1070. Is this a SPAC? Yeah, it's one of those SPACs again. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just look it up. SPAC. Look up the acronym. Give you a full definition about what I'm talking about. Okay, guys, RCAT is looking better and better. And we have another one now. Remember, the option scanner was pretty silent for the first half hour. All of a sudden, we're getting a few now. So Seal. I have to admit, the ones under $5, I don't see. Well, it depends. Again, if you look left, depends what we see. I don't find that the ones that are under $5 are that great from the option scanner. Doesn't mean I won't trade them, but I find that the ones that are 5 plus seem to give us better results. I look at Seal, I just see a ton of resistance. You know, I mean, look at this over here at 260. So you get an alert at 249. I don't see that it has I don't see that it has a long run in it. Not unless it takes out this right here, this 260 mark. Now the EVLO, I might be completely wrong. I mean, look at this EVLO. Wow, in fact, I am wrong. Look at that. 726 was the alert. It's at 756 now. The next high is what? 784. Fast morning. Nothing in the scanner on the way down, on the option scanner on the way down. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, the RCAT is definitely going to get a lot, very interesting if it takes out that high right here. I mean, it's interesting already. I know that. But that high of 441, that's not far away. It's a low float, 26 million in the float. You know, has one of those, you know, press release headlines that is eye-catching. I have no idea how much I'll ever make from a 5-year contract with NASA. No idea. Doesn't really matter. All that matters is today, that's the headline. Well, this KRA, I know it's a buyout, but it is, it's moving not badly. Now check out DBI, guys. Now, a 15 break would be pretty good. DBI, I don't know if there's any news on it. DBI, Designer Brands. If you look left, look at the next high looking left, it's 1634. I'm always a little reluctant though until something would break. I find that, you know, there were some hugely psychological numbers like the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, those whole numbers. So for it to break 15, let's just stick an alert at 1507, see if it takes it out at some point, because then you look left and look at the room, 1631, that wouldn't be, that's enough room. Give me a moment, please. I'm just going to try something here. Just one moment, please. Okay, so Tony, no, you can't. The question was in our YouTube room, can you change the price for the AI if you don't want to see anything over 20 or a certain price range? No. But, you know, there's not so many AI alerts that you're inundated with them, so you just pick and choose which ones you want. Don't get into auto trading, okay? Completely disagree with anybody who wants to auto trade the AI. Okay, because that's typically the reason why people say, "Oh, I don't want to, I want to take every trade, but I don't want to take the ones over 20 or some price range." Well, there are only 3 trades today. Yes, there's one over 86. Just don't take it. Okay, so you cannot adjust it. Yeah, I don't like the ones over 20 myself, so I just, the gas was okay, but it is pulled right back down now. So I'm out of this one, a minor profit on it. Hoping, shouldn't say it like that, but wanted it to really take out 14 in a big way. Still was pretty good. They're just working on it, Jesse. I'm so used to it now, I don't really see it anymore. Unless it's really, really bad. But for instance, I just clicked on, for me, it's taking maybe a second longer than it used to, for me anyway. I clicked on AH. It took a couple of seconds to load it, as an example. So I've gotten used to it. But they're not. They don't want people. As I said to them, I'm getting used to it. But they said, well, that's still not good enough. I mean, we have to look at why it's happening, and it's all with the docking. And even if you're not docking, so I have no further word though. Yes, you can put it in, if I can remember how. No, I know. Okay. So, I think this is what you do. Okay, so X out, like get out of Brokerage Plus, so exit out, okay, exit it. And then go to Tools, Options, and you see where it says Opening Windows, Open in Dock Window? Check that, okay? Are you following me, slow hand? Okay, check that and then save it, okay? Then open your Brokerage Plus window and it should, now this is the tricky part, I don't know where it's going to load, but if you only have one dock, then it should load into your dock as a dock, okay? You might have to find it, try that. So first close down Brokerage Plus, then go to Tools, Options, Layouts, and then check that open in dock window. So let me know if that worked. And then open Brokerage Plus, and it should load into a docked window. Guys, that's... Okay, now, please listen to me. I think what you also want to do then is go back to Tools, Options, Layouts, and now uncheck it and save it. Unless every time you open a window, a scan anytime, it'll automatically go into a dock window, which I don't want. Now you might want that, but I would uncheck it. Okay? But that's the trick to get the Brokerage Plus window into a dock. Oh, I can't tell you if it's fine. I mean, guys, I'm not a financial advisor, okay? I mean, ask the question. Somebody is in RCAD at 361. Well, obviously it's fine right now at 410, as long as you have a stop. You know, but if you're asking me, is it fine to keep holding because it's going to keep higher? I'm not a financial advisor. You know, I cannot make any, I know what I'd be doing if I got in at 361, depending on how many shares I took. You know, I mean, I'd probably be taking some profit because I can't rely on something that's going to keep moving that was beaten up so much. It may keep moving. Maybe that NASA press release is going to be good enough. Okay, so you're obviously, say if you're brand new to trading, I mean, when you get into trading, you have to have for the way I trade, I have to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Okay? So you're obviously new to trading. So you took that trade, RCAT. I'm not trying to dump on you. This is for, you know, general. You took the trade without knowing where you would get out of it if it didn't work for you. Okay? Now this is, you know, obviously had some news. If you got in at 361, where I'd be putting a stop is probably at the low right there at 346 in this area right there. But, you know, you have to know where you're going to get out of the trade before you take the trade. And how you're going to know how to do that, you know, how I do it, I size up the chart. I think, well, this looks like maybe a good support area. Am I always right? Of course not. I might look at the low of the previous 15-minute candle, maybe the previous 5-minute candle. Yeah, okay, big deal. The analyst is, yeah, so the analyst target is 8. Is that analyst going to be right? Who knows? But for me, you know, I have to know where I'm going to get, where I'm getting out of the trade if it doesn't work for me before I get into the trade. And then I just obey my stop. I don't think, oh, well, I'm going to get in 361 because the analyst said it's going to 8. So I'm just going to hold on to 8 no matter what happens. You go back down to 2, who cares? The analyst said 8. And again, I'm not trying to make fun of you, but I do know, I've been there, okay? It's easy to get kind of seduced by press releases and things you read. You know, some analysts, I can't remember, there was another one that put an 8 price target on something. Maybe it was that one. Was that, no, Seal. Seal's another one. Roth put an $8 price target on Seal. I don't know, is it going to do it? I mean, we had one a couple of weeks ago with Lucid as an example. So, guys, I was obviously wrong about the EVLO. That one is just ripping. So, you know, Lucid. I can't remember exactly when. It might have been that day here. I think it was Morgan Stanley. It was either J.P. Morgan or Morgan Stanley. I can't remember. They dumped all over this stock and put a price target of 12. You know, big company. Everybody knows Morgan Stanley, right? How can they be wrong? Well, look. So, you can, it depends how much you want to believe in what you read. So quality can mean a lot of different things in different scans, okay? So for instance, let me just take a look at one scan here, my block trade scan. There is a definition, but again, it'll be different. Not the definition is different, but yeah, okay, Saif, if you want to believe that it's going to get to 7 again, I can't. Look, I'm not trying to say no, it's not. Okay, but there's no guarantee. I mean, but this is for instance the quality here. If I look at, there must be a definition of quality. In this particular case, in the block trade, it's telling me how many shares actually traded. In this block trade scanner, it's telling me how many shares actually traded at the when the alert happened, as an example. There might be a definition of quality somewhere. I haven't looked at that for a long time. You probably found GGPI from my option scanner reel. Where do I find quality? I know there's somewhere. Yeah, there's no. Yeah, I don't have an overall definition of quality. Okay, but that I just showed you an example of what it would look like in the in a block trade. It would tell you how many shares were traded. Maybe go to who asked that question and ask for the definition. I just don't have it. I'm sorry. And ask for the definition of quality. No, I understand. I understand. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so you'll have to. Somebody else might have an answer for it. I just don't know. Well, you're asking what the support and resist. If you got it at 361, again, if you're using it as a swing trade, obviously your swing trade, it could be all the way down here, 247. The low of that candle. I mean, I can't. It depends if you're trying to hold on to this level here, which is 745, because that's where you see the next high. And you got in at 261, 361. I mean, you might some will put their swing their stop loss all the way down here. That's about $1 away. I'm not saying that's it. You know what? I think I might have I'm trying to jog my memory here about quality. Just give me a second here. I may have. It's very rarely used by most people. So, nope, it's not there. I thought it was in this one link that I had saved. I just don't see what the actual. But just go and somebody's going to know. There must be someone at Trade Ideas. Somebody at Trade Ideas will know. Okay. Okay, so what they mean by a 6R, if your risk is 10 cents on a trade, so in other words, you get into something and you look and you say, well, my stop, based on something, not just, every stop is 10 cents away, but if you look at the chart or you look at the bottom of a previous candle, however you determine your stops, okay, I'm just trying to make the math easy. If your stop was 10 cents away, so if you got into a trade at $10, and you were going to get out of that trade at $9.90, so that's 10 cents. So 6R would mean you would make if you could do it, you'd make 60 cents on that trade, okay? 6 times your stop. Yeah, meanwhile, PALT is this. Yeah, this was one from pre-market. I didn't see any specific reason on it. And just as I said that, this is from Benzinga, trading higher, not seeing company specific news for so there's no reason. I don't know. I don't think it is one of those Wall Street bet stocks. I don't think it is, but it might be. I don't know. See, this RCAT is sort of turning into a bit of a miserable trader, guys. It just does not want to hold 4. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. A perfect circle, just based on the name Paltalk, DATS is the same type of. So yeah, I mean this. I don't know if this was actually an IPO. I doubt very much it was an IPO here. It might have been. I guess it could have been. Like DATS, very cheap though, very cheap. Or was it a symbol name change? I don't know. All right, so Tony, in the single stock window, okay, first of all, what you're looking at would require what we call custom formulas. Okay, have you ever written one before? I have the question, how can I put the 52-week high or the the 52-week high or low, or the 1 week high or low in a single stock window? Have you ever written a custom formula? Tony, can you hear me? Time is it? 11:33. Okay. Can you hear me, Tony? Okay. So did you hear what I asked? I asked, have you ever written a custom formula before? Just waiting for your answer. Okay, have you ever written a custom formula before? A custom filter before? Have you ever done that? My guess is it's going to be no, but you might surprise me. Okay. All right, so how am I going to do this? All right, you're going to have to take, unless you want to come into the main trading room, it's a lot easier for me to help you in the main trading room, but let me know if you want, if you can do that. Okay, there's the link to the main trading room. What it looks like is this. Way easier for me to post links and text. In YouTube, it's almost impossible for me to do that. I'd have to get you to, do a screenshot and all that sort of stuff. So if you can come into the main trading room, it'll make it easier for me. If not, just let me know and I'll try to get a workaround for you. Well, guys, that EVLO was certainly a really good one from the option scanner. I mean, it didn't last forever, but we had the alert at 726 and it got up to 787, 790. That's a tremendous percentage increase before it finally started to fall. Yeah, let me know when you're in. Okay, Tony? All right, guys, what time is it? 11:37. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in because I will be taking a break at about noon. Sean will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. So I'll put this link in for YouTube. And before I go, though, I will talk just a little bit. It's only 11:37, so I've got another 15 minutes or so. Talk a little bit about the test drive again. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. The October test drive starts on October 11th, so 2 weeks from today. Excuse me, 2 weeks from today. Another thing I should pop in also is the link. Oops. Before you start the test drive, you should at least take a look at what Trade Ideas has to offer. Okay, don't just come in not knowing a thing about Trade Ideas. So I'm putting in the 20 lessons for non-subscribers. You take a look at that. I mean, it goes over what are top lists, creating top lists, what are alert windows, creating alert windows. Okay, so please do yourself a favor rather than just coming in Monday morning and saying, I don't know anything about this program. Okay, so October, this is when it starts. So 2 weeks from today, you'll have 10 trading days with Trade Ideas as long as you can do it from the 11th to the 22nd. I want to be very clear on that. If you can only start, say, on the 12th and go to the 19th, you're not getting 10 trading days. Okay, you'll get 10 trading days as long as you can take full advantage of going from the 11th to the 22nd. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. You can do it also if you have our standard subscription and you want to try our premium service out for the 2 weeks, the 10 trading days. You can also do it. Now, again, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You'll get no live data until the 11th, okay? So please don't pester our support people saying, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? Also, when it's over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You do not have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription when it's over, okay? So nothing for you to do. So a great opportunity to try us out for 10 trading days. A little over $1. Well, you can use it on the 2 weekends too, so it's actually less than $1 a day. All right, guys. Well, continue. I have this one thumbnail to continue to take a look at it. The CCXI. It just doesn't look like it wants to take out 19 anytime soon. So, but it's thumbnail, price alert, the whole bit. Our cat is a mess. I mean, it's just very messy. So far. I mean, it may take this out later on, but right now it's a little bit messy. Can I do that? Actually, I thought I changed the name to it. Well, the only problem is it's got a custom formula in it. So I can give it to you, but this one you'll get no data. So everything else, and I can't help that. It doesn't. The custom formulas do not copy. Let me just do something here because I know I changed the names. Yeah, it's called the option scanner now. So you can have it, but remember, one of them is just not going to show. Good timing. I have to change my headset. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. I'm having a difficulty with my headset, so just give me a moment. Okay, we're back. Yeah, Aisha, I mean, if you click on Tools, Options, and then where it says General, uncheck that Enable Idea Surfing. Okay, uncheck it, and then save it. Okay, guys. Well, I'm not seeing a big follow-through day in a lot of the things. I mean, look at the Goss. The Goss was great for a while, but now it is not. It's not following through. However, I'd be watching this one later because just it's got some. It still has the room, but it just didn't really follow through that much. Let's take a look at the sectors again. I'm sure all the energy plays are still up, and probably the financials are still up. Yeah, so every single energy play is up from the close on Friday. And financials, 82% of them are up. And again, I would encourage you, this is part of the new production, so now you can take a look at channels without your layout disappearing. Okay? And this is just an example of a channel called sector status. And again, technology, only 33% are up. Healthcare, only 30% are up. So these are the two weak sectors today. Healthcare. So if you were going to get into a technology stock, unless it's doing something completely on its own, chances are you're not going to do well. Same with healthcare. Healthcare stock. Unless it's doing something completely on its own. Yeah, I don't think we have anything like that, a perfect circle. Something in a specific buy zone area. I mean, what your definition of a buy zone might be it's too general. I mean, mine might be different than yours, and so I don't think we have anything that's going to look at that. And DATS is doing its thing again. Yeah, there's nothing more in building scanners. I mean, building scanners, you can take a look at all the alerts, all the filters, and I mean, there are a lot of them. Of course, nobody expects to know, or nobody would expect you to know them all. But you have to, look at the definitions of them all, and see, that might be interesting. That might be interesting. I mean, most people don't do that. But I mean, here they all are. So you can always check the definitions. by clicking on Help. And now you'll see every single definition of all of the alerts, all of the filters. Okay, down. No, once we get down to here. Okay, here are all the filters. Boy, we're getting a big sell-off on a lot of these high flyers. And what the market is doing, Dow, there's this disconnect. I mean, there's definitely a disconnect. The Dow is still up, but tech is just getting creamed right now. SPY is down. So Tony, did you get into the did you get into our room, into the trading room, so I can help you? All right, guys, 11:51. I just want to confirm that it will be Sean today. I'm almost 100% sure, but always good to. Yeah, just go to my homepage. I was asked, and it's very similar to what you see. Okay, go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and then you'll see at the very top my layout, Barry's layout. It's very similar to what you see, but then I have all the individual scans available, including the one I love. Okay, moving higher with unusually strong options. That's right back up. And yes, just a confirmation that it is going to be Sean in our YouTube room. Yeah, pick an energy stock, any energy stock. But remember I was saying about this one, this ENG, I didn't like it because I thought, A, too close to the whole number. B, when you look left, to me, on that weekly chart, there's just too much resistance. The other thing is, again, I may have to make a decision on these smaller ones in the option scanner. So I guess SEAL is doing okay. Okay, guys, now, moment of truth now for CCIX. Did it do it on volume? See, the volume is just not the volume yet. See? But it is, look, it's moving. It is holding 1916, 1920. I'd like to see a big volume burst, though. Getting a lot more traders enthusiastic about it. Now, it does trade options, but it would have to really pick up because my minimum is 300%. That's 127%. That's my minimum in my scanner. But you kind of see what I'm talking about. I mean, look at the 2-minute chart. What you'd love to see is like a big volume burst. Just not seeing that. I mean, look, it might keep moving now, but I'd like to see more volume. Oh yeah, but you know what? I would never. This never would have happened if I was watching it. I should just very quickly remember this is in the simulator, so I would never have allowed a $165 loss turn into a $100 loss. Okay, when you're using the simulator, I mean, if you get in at 390 and this stock went up to 420 and then it started to drift, you could either flatten, got out of the trade, or got out of half your trade or whatever, but you should not allow $165 profit turn into a $100 loss. I'm just not paying attention. Okay, that's why I mean these columns are very important to watch. Well, the CCXI is it's moving, but it is moving without me. Or is it? I mean, look at this. I mean, this could be an interesting multi-day trade now. Remember, so they did have some news. I guess whatever drug they've got, they got the go-ahead for Japan. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement. I'm not leaving until Sean gets into YouTube room, but I just want to get my announcement here. Well, I mean, sometimes it just doesn't need extraordinary volume. I mean, look what's happening to CCXI. And what's the spread? Spread's okay, only a nickel. This might have to be the stock I talk about at my trade of the week or trade of the day. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm going to talk about this one as a trade of the week, or my trade of the day, because of the potential. So I do the video at noon just because of the potential that could happen. Okay, Rocket League. Have fun, whatever you're going to do. Okay, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. And by the way, Sean is a real option trader. So if you have option type questions, you might want to pop over to that YouTube room and ask them questions about option trading. You know, we have our option filters and all that. And just so you understand, when I'm talking about my options window, I'm not trading options, I'm trading the stock. It's just showing me stocks that are having abnormal option activity. But Sean, who's going to be there any second now, in fact, he might be there now. All right, he's there. So you want to talk options, he's your man. So, okay, Sean, I'll stop streaming right now.
There we go. Now you can hear me. Now I know you can hear me. I have my mic on mute. Little technical difficulty there. Sorry about the black screen that probably freaked everybody out, including Barry. But we are all good. Thanks for the handoff, Barry. This is Chicago Sean McLaughlin. You are now tuned in to the Trade Ideas live Q&A happening for the next hour or so. No, just the next hour. That's it. And this is, if you're a first timer here or first time hearing my voice on this channel, this is your opportunity to ask questions about Trade Ideas software, whether you're a beginner and just trying to figure things out, or if you are, brand new here if you're, an expert and you got some high level questions. I'll do my best to answer it. I can't promise that it'll work, but I'll do my best. Okay, I think we might still be having technical difficulties here. I'm not seeing any audio coming through. Your opportunity to ask questions about... Okay, I think you guys can hear me. Sorry about all this. I had to reboot my computer this morning because some updates updated and it screwed things up. And so if things have been a little wonky. Okay, thanks, guys, John, Santo, Pamela. Okay, we're all good now. It's been a Monday, as they say, right? All right, so guys, the next hour here until the top of the next hour, I'm going to be taking questions from you guys to answer anything that we can on the software, anything you're having trouble with. So for me to know what you need help with, I need you to type your questions into the questions panel there on the YouTube screen, and we'll do our best. We'll do our best. In the meantime, this is kind of how I generally start off these sessions. I kind of go through my open positions here in the simulator. This is, I'm demoing the simulator for our customers. I got, it looks like only about 7 positions open right now. Probably about the fewest open positions I've had in a long time. We got shaken out of a lot of stuff early last week. These are swing trades I'm trying to hold for multiple weeks if I can. And early last week, we got shaken out of a lot of stuff, and there weren't any new trades that I was interested in getting into for the rest of the week. So just kind of at the smallest level we're at right now. But we do have positions on. I'm going to adjust my stops. This is what I do every Monday. You can see on the daily chart that I have here in the upper left, you could see this red line. It shows you where my working stop loss order is. So I got a working stop loss order in BJ at 56.71. And if my stop were to get hit, you could see I'll walk away with a approximately $315 profit. Pretty nice. And you can see where my stop loss level is. I actually like that stop loss level. So I'm just going to leave it right where it is. But let's see if we can find one that I want to change. Nope, going to leave that one where it is. Looks like I'm not moving any of these. And not surprising considering the week we had last week. All right, here's one I'll adjust. I don't want to let this stock break this level from early last week. This, if we break below, this is last Monday. If we break below that level, that tells me this trend is broken. So I'm going to drag my stop loss order up. All I got to do is just grab it, drag it, and let go. And now my stop loss order is working at this level. And if I get hit, I walk away with a $101 profit. It's so simple, guys. If you're a visual trader like me, then you love this drag and drop feature for stop loss orders. It's just so easy. It's so intuitive. And I place a high premium on intuitive things. Hi, Gregory. Gregory is asking, is there a specific layout for block trades? Well, unfortunately, Gregory, we don't have block trades data. That requires time and sales data, which we don't have. So no, we don't have a specific layout for block trades. Now, that said, if I open up an alert window here, I think we do have something here. Let's see, if I type in block, what do I get? Okay, I stand a little bit corrected here. We do have a block trade alert. Now, it's not going to tell you what price it happened at, but you can set the minimum amount of shares that you want to see, and you can be alerted when a block trade happens. So I stand corrected, Gregory. I'm sorry, it's not a feature I use a whole lot or at all anymore. But you can use a block trade alert when you create an alert, but we don't have any specific layouts for that, I don't believe. Greg, if you want me to walk you through how to set up a alert for a block trade, let me know. All right, well, look at this stock. This stock had an ugly gap down this morning. Now it's filled the gap. It's up 21% off the low, off the open. Not bad, not bad. This stock has just been fading all day. This one's been wild. All right, Craig, you're welcome. Sorry, it's not the answer you're specifically looking for, but hopefully it helps. Yeah, it's just, we get asked all the time. People want like level 2 data. They want to see time and sales. That's just not data we have. Because if we were to have to add that data to the software, it would add additional expenses, and nobody wants to pay more than they're already paying. And frankly, as someone who's traded for 23 years, at least when it comes to level 2 data, I think level 2 data is pretty not useful anymore. It used to be back in the day, back when you can actually see who was on the bid and who was on the offer, back when the level 2 actually showed you that it was Goldman Sachs buying and Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns, all the names that aren't around anymore, Knight Capital, Morgan Stanley. Like, you knew it showed you who the buyers were and who the sellers were. Now it's just anonymous exchanges and everybody spoofs their size, and it doesn't have the value that it used to have. And now I know there are some people out there that will disagree with me, and that's fine. But as a guy who made his living by gleaning information off the level 2 box in the late 90s, I can tell you it ain't what it used to be. A perfect circle. Where do I go to learn custom coding? You're asking the wrong guy. I am not a coder. Are you talking about the trade ideas? You talk about the link where you can look at the custom formulas? Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find that link. Trade ideas, custom formulas. One sec. I'm looking up here on another screen. All right, Mr. Perfect Circle. I'm going to load up this link here. If it'll load up, here we go. All right, if you go to this link, You'll have to log into your Trade Ideas account. And if you click, when you get to that link, there is a PDF there, a help PDF that should walk you through how this all works. But beyond that, I'm not much help to you. I don't use any custom codes. I'm not a coder in any way. If you have something specific that you need, something built or help with something you've already built, the best thing is to send an email to our support team so we can route that to the coding experts. info@trade-ideas.com is the email address. I just put it there in the YouTube channel. That's the best place to go. You might, I'm not sure if there's anything out there, but if you might want to go on our YouTube channel and just search custom formulas, you might find some videos, some old videos there. I can't say with 100% certainty, but I'm sure somebody's at some point made some custom videos about custom formulas. Guys, have you seen the Strength Alerts channel today? We always talk about the Strength Alerts on Monday because Strength Alerts come out on Monday morning. For those of you who don't know, the Strength Alerts, if you're a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you have free access to it. There's a channel made for you. It's called Strength Alerts channel. If you go to it, you'll see the newsletter that got emailed out to the people who just subscribed to the newsletter. And for some reason, I'm having trouble grabbing this thing. Okay, come on now. See, I told you guys I was having computer problems today, and the computer problems seem to be continuing. Anyway, you can see here in this top list window, these are the 5 strength alerts today. And if I cycle through them, let's close this welcome screen down. You could see, I mean, this thing, buy at the open, you're doing pretty well. You're up, ATKR, buy at the open. This is daily chart right here. You're up pretty good. Box. Buy at the open, you're down a little bit there. No big deal. Down a little bit. They can't all be winners. Here's another nice move. Sounds like we're doing all right. All right. Happy Monday to everybody. I'm just bringing up my main layout here. This is the layout that I use throughout the trading day, typically. It's got the things that I like to pay attention to. It's got a little all-time high alerts window that I like to have. Oh, you know what's happening here? I have a feeling that my layout was pinned. Yep. Oop. I have a feeling that my layout was pinned and I screwed something up. I've been playing around with the docked windows today, trying some different stuff, and I was saving something which I didn't mean to save, and that's no fun. So let's do this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to save. I'm going to save my layout, entire layout. Save and share. Yep, okay. Copy all. I'm going to go in here, edit my custom channel, go to my layout. Sorry, guys, I'm just a little housekeeping here on my side. Delete that one, put this one in, hit OK, apply. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear all my windows, close all windows. There we go. I'm going to reopen a channel bar and click on my layout to bring my layout back up. And now hopefully everything should be all right. I think everything's going to be all right now. Okay. Boy, it's just one of those days where just nothing seems to be working on my computer. like I said, came into work this morning, ready to work, and found out that my computer had to restart and had to restart everything. And it's just been one of those days. All right, let me reconnect my Brokerage Plus. Bring up a SPY chart. I got this little orange line here on my SPY chart. Just kind of like, I don't know, it feels to me like it's an inflection area. We're holding above it for a few days, a couple weeks ago. Then we came below. It looked like all hell was going to break loose when we broke this low here. And then we came right back right up to that line. So that line's pretty significant. Yes, sir, David, I am on a Mac. I am using Amazon to emulate Windows. And 99 out of 100 times, everything works just great. But for some reason today, my computer is just acting funky. I probably need to restart again. But I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to wait till this call is over. Don't want to break the chain here on our YouTube channel. But I think I just need to restart again and get back to scratch. It's just been one of those days. Anyway, enough belly aching about me, guys. What do you guys need help with? I see there's 54 of you in this channel right now. We have people of all different experience levels here. New traders, experienced traders, or maybe just brand new to trade ideas. And if you got a question about something, about a feature, I promise you there's going to be someone else on this call who's going to benefit from that answer. So don't be shy. What is my favorite setup to trade? Well, my favorite setup of all time is all-time highs. I come from the school of thought that when a stock is making an all-time high, that means that anybody who is long that stock, no matter when you bought it, no matter how many shares you hold, no matter your time frame, if the stock is printing an all-time high, you are making money. Everyone who's long is making money. And what that means is there's nobody who was holding a bag from a previous sell-off. There's nobody who's looking to just get back to even and just waiting for the stock to come up just a little bit more and sitting on the offer waiting to unload their shares. Now, sure, there might be people waiting for a higher price to sell their shares. That's what makes a market, of course. But there's no bag holders, nobody with a big position that just wants to get back to even and close out. There's nobody who's just desperate to sell their shares. Everybody is making money. And for a stock to go, like we have this FBC right here, because this one's making an all-time high. For a stock to go from $50 to, let's say, $100, well, it's going to go from 50 to 51 to 52 to 53 to 54, making new highs all along the way. So for me, I love stocks making all-time highs. All-time highs, blue skies, nothing in the way. Does that mean that they keep going higher? No, of course not. Stocks pull back all the time. Sometimes stocks even crash from highs, not very often. But it's just, it's a high percentage play that I like. And, if you manage your risk properly and stick to your stops and don't risk too much in any one trade, and you just let the ones that are working, let them work, then the math works out in your favor. I mean, I talk about this all the time. For those of you who've been here before, forgive me, but I talk about every trade that you put on, no matter your time frame, whether you're a day trader, swing trader, long-term investor, every trade that you put on, there's really just, when you boil it down, there's just four potential outcomes for every trade. Those outcomes are, you're going to make a little bit of money, or you're going to lose a little bit of money, or you're going to make big money, or you're going to lose big money. Now, our job as traders, as prudent risk managers, is we need to put ourselves in a position so that we never take the big loss. Because a big loss messes up all the math. If you're taking big losses, it's going to be incredibly hard to make money over the long run. You have to eliminate big losses from your trading. And so if we size our positions properly, if we honor our stops, then we likely will not have a big loss. And then what happens is you'll find that if you just let all your trades play out the way they should play out and be patient and sit on your hands when they're working, then what's going to happen is over, let's say, the course of 90, let's say a course over 100 trades, probably 90 of those trades will end up being a net wash. Why? You're going to have a bunch of small winners. You're going to have a bunch of small losers, and they're all just going to wash out. But those other 10 trades, those are the big winners, and that's where all your profits will come from. At the end of the day, when you do the analysis, when you do the post-mortem on, a 100 trade block of 100 trades you've done, you'll find that math pretty much shakes out. All of your profits can be attributed to as little as 5 to 10 of your trades. The rest are just a net wash. And so for me, buying all-time highs and riding trends, stocks that are breaking higher, that puts me in a position to catch those occasional big winners. They don't happen a lot, but when they do, they make it all worth the wait and all worth the small winners and small losers that offset each other. So there you go, a perfect circle. That's my long-winded answer to what's my favorite setup. I love stocks making all-time highs. Now I like other things too, but that's my favorite setup. Oh, you want to talk smack about football? The Patriots, their day is done. They've had their run. You had an epic run. It's now time for new blood. And the Buffalo Bills in the AFC East are the new blood. Thanks for playing. Sorry about that. Sorry about that little divergence there. Blame Aya. All right, let's see what the AI's done today. Not sure what the AI's been up to today. Oh, all long trades. Making a little bit of money today. That's good to see. I'm not blowing the doors off anything, but let's see some of the trades she got into today. It was KROS. This is the intraday 5-minute chart. It's a good looking entry right there so far. I like that. Let's check out DLTR Dollar Tree. Also, if this holds here, this looks like a pretty good trade. And look at on the daily chart, we might have found a bottom here. This thing, swing traders might like to play a little bounce play here. CCI. Well, that's the very definition of trying to catch a bounce here. Wow, working so far. What's Goss doing? This one's just kind of mucking around. Not a whole lot of excitement there. And this one's not working so well, but still above our stop. So who knows? We'll see what happens. Muir is nearing a 52-week oil or a new week high. Well, I mean, look, I'm a little bit biased here, Mr. Perfect Circle. I've been long USO all year, and I'm happy to report that it's doing incredibly well. If I zoom out, I got into this back in February 3rd to be exact. Where is that on the chart here? February 3rd would be right when this thing broke out, right in here. That's when we bought it. We bought, I played this with options. I bought some January options, some January call options back on this date, February 3rd, and I've just been riding this ever since. So yeah, I'm a little biased on oil and oil plays right now. I feel like they're all doing pretty well. Do I have any special insight on Murphy oil? I do not, but that's a good looking chart. Let me zoom back in here. I mean, that's a good looking breakout over the last month or so, right? If I was a swing trader and I was in this right now, I would be holding this for sure. Hi, Naveen. Naveen asks, can I get alerts for different candlestick patterns on daily charts? For example, I'm looking for a bearish strategy. Well, let's do this. I'm going to open up a alert window. I'm going to build one from scratch. We'll hit new, choose alert window. And if I go to, let's hit start from scratch. And if I go to search and I go to category here and I type in candle pattern, you're going to find all the candle patterns that we have available as alerts. There's a bunch. They're all well, I shouldn't say they're all somewhat similar. There's a wide variety here. But this is where you could find all the candle pattern alerts that we have, Naveen. Just go into an alert config window, go to the search tab, and in category, choose candle pattern, and you will see them all. And if you need any help understanding what any of these alerts do or how they're calculated, etc., just highlight the one you're curious about and click this help button. This will launch a web browser on your page, and once it fully loads, it will get right to the specific definition you're looking for. It takes a minute. And there you go. It'll be right there at the top. You can see, here's the different alerts. So I highlighted the 10-minute bearish engulfing, and you can read the definition. This is not a very robust definition because it all relates to something below here, but that's how you can use the help to really help you out when you're curious about what these alerts or filters do. Just highlight it, hit help, and you'll get the relevant information. But yeah, that's where you find all the candle pattern alerts. So there's a lot in here. So hopefully there's something that's close to what you want. Good question, Naveen. Hope that music's not too loud in the background. Just turn it down a little bit. I listen to music all day when I work. I don't watch CNBC or Fox Business or any other news channel. That's just noise pollution as far as I'm concerned. I listen to music all day, and because I listen to music all day, I almost forget it's there. So I had music there playing, and I hope it wasn't too loud. It's like I didn't even realize it was there. Crazy. Yeah, I just got Apple Music here, just shuffling through all my music. And so at the moment, we got a little Dave Matthews happening. All good. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any particular stations that I mostly listen to. I mean, every so often I'll be like, "Hey, play me some jazz, or play me some blues, or play me some southern rock." That's kind of my go-to. But I mostly just listen to my own library. A Perfect Circle says, mostly because of my work demands, what is a good swing scan setup for small cap, low floats? Well, that's a tough question to answer. I mean, there's so many unknowns there. I mean, what you just need to do, what I would do, and full disclosure, I don't trade small cap low floats. But I think what you want to do is you want to build an alert window. Let's go here. We'll build one from scratch. You want to, first of all, obviously float. You want to put a float filter in there. And you want to add that filter, and you want to have your maximum, whatever that number is. I don't trade low float stocks. So I don't even know what a number here would be that's appropriate. 10 million? I don't even know. But you can set your maximum there. This is just my opinion, but I would also throw in short float filter. I like stocks. If I'm looking for a big mover and it's a small cap stock, I want to see like a significant amount of people short the stock. That's some fire to add fuel to the fire. So I don't know, set a minimum of like 15% of the stock is short, of the float is short. That's a good thing. That's something I would look for. And you'll probably want to add some other filters in here too, as far as the market cap. So you can go in here, type in market cap, and set your maximum level there. And then Probably what I would do is I would just keep it simple and use a new high alert. New high. Just one of these and use it, leave this box empty so it's an intraday alert. Make sure that box is checked. And then if that stock that has these filter requirements, let's hide the unused here. It's got, it's got the maximum float, less than the maximum float that I like, and it's got a short float of 15% or more. And that stock starts printing a new intraday high right there. I don't know. That's a trade I would like to make. That thing, that could be a runner. Now it's going to be volatile, of course, and you got to have a stomach for risk, but certainly that's how I would do it. But again, that's my opinion, right? There's no right answer here. Right on, right on. You met Dave Matthews at an REI. Well, I was just recently in the REI here in Denver, and I didn't meet anybody like Dave Matthews. Just a bunch of crunchy hikers. Apparently, I'm hanging out at the wrong REI. All right, folks, so it's the bottom of the hour here. I got another 28 minutes or so to hang out with you, at which point we will pass this channel back to Barry in the live trading room, and he'll take you the rest of the way. And if you are just tuning in, if you had just tuned in during this live Q&A, well, first of all, welcome. Glad you're here. And if you don't know, this channel that you're here, this URL that you're at, this YouTube URL, go ahead and bookmark this link, because you could come here all trading day long, every trading day, when we're not doing the live Q&A, which is what we do from noon till 1 p.m. Eastern. The rest of the time, it's the live trading room with Barry Einerson. Barry's a real trader using real money, trading, using Trade Ideas software to guide all of his trading decisions. And you basically get to watch over the shoulder of an expert trader, and you can hear him talking. He's talking through his ideas. He's talking through what he's seeing. He's answering questions as best as he can. Look, it's totally free, and we encourage you to hang out. Trading can be lonely sometimes, guys. If you're like me and you work from home and trading is all you do, trading can be lonely. It's a lonely endeavor. At the end of the day, we're all on our own, right? Well, hanging out in a trading room like with somebody like Barry can make the days go by faster, and can maybe be more profitable for you as well. You can learn some new tricks. Barry is a very, very smart trader. So, S&P kind of stuck in the mud here. This is today's action here. Let's just pull it up. Let's pull it up on the intraday chart here. This is a little easier to see. Yeah. In fact, let's completely change the channel. I don't like those charts there. I like my charts. So we'll pull up SPY. And yeah, I mean, here's the open today, this morning. Market's open at 7:30 local time where I'm at. I'm in Colorado. We gapped down. We filled the gap. Came back down, tested the lows, and now we're just kind of mucking around. Well, you know what? A guy like me who's short some options premium right here, it's my kind of day. Yeah, Joe, if you're talking about Barry, he is indeed a stock nerd. Yes, for sure. Do I use Interactive Brokers? I do not, personally, no. And the reason why is because I'm primarily an options trader. I do trade the occasional stock. I do swing trade the occasional stock. But these days, I am primarily an options trader. And so I use Thinkorswim and I use Tastyworks. Those are my two brokers of choice. I spread out my strategies between the two platforms just to separate church and state, as they say. So no, I do not use Interactive Brokers. However, if I were to actively trade stocks, if I were to swing trade stocks, I would absolutely use Interactive Brokers, and I would trade Interactive Brokers using Brokerage Plus. I just, it keeps it really simple for me. I can manage my stop loss orders on the charts, as you guys saw at the top of the hour here, and I was working through that. I would definitely connect my Interactive Brokers account to Trade Ideas and just rock it through here. Joe, do I use the pyramid for options? I think I might know what you're talking about, but I don't know for sure. So why don't you tell me what the pyramid is? For everyone's sake, why don't you tell us what the pyramid is? That sounds interesting. Jeff, do I sell premium against my long options positions or naked options or spreads? Jeff, I do all of the above. Well, let me take that back. I don't do a lot of covered calls where you're asking me about selling long positions, selling premium against my long positions. I don't do a whole lot of covered calls. I would much rather just sell a naked put than do a covered call. It's just more capital efficient. It's just one leg. It's less commissions. It's, it's the same trades, the same risk parameters, same risk profile, but just easier to manage. So, but I don't do a whole lot of that. I mean, I actually did put on some short naked puts today in GDX. Pull this up here. I sold some naked puts here in the GDX at the 38 strike in November. My bet is that this low is going to hold, at least for a couple of weeks. That's the bet I'm making. Could I be wrong? Of course I can. I've been wrong before and I'll be wrong again, but the bet I'm making is that this little low is going to hold for a little bit. I'm just trying to make a little money. That's all. So that's a naked put I sold today. And I'm delta neutral in SPY. I'm short some straddles here. That's why I was telling you I was kind of excited about this price action today. This is just as the doctor ordered it. That could totally change later in the day, as we know, but for now, it's all good. It's all good. All right, Joe, let me read through this. Pyramiding is the method of increasing margin by using unrealized returns from successful trades. Pyramiding works by surrendering a minimal amount of previously owned shares in order to pay a part of... Joe, I am familiar with pyramiding when it comes to futures. Futures work a little differently, right? Because futures, your position is a mark to market at the end of the day. And, you have much greater leverage in futures. So if you're long a futures contract and you make $500 on that futures contract today, and let's say the margin requirement for that futures contract is $500, then the next day you can add an additional contract, and that's pyramiding up. So I'm familiar with that a little bit, but no, I don't do that with options, Joe. Sounds interesting, though. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. It's not something I do. I don't think there's anybody here who specializes in biotech. I don't think there's anybody here who specializes in any sector. We're agnostic when it comes to trading. All we care about is setups. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all just ticker symbols. They're all just letters, right? I don't care if it's EVLO or TSLA or MSFT or PRTA or SKOW. It doesn't matter to us. I mean, we just want to go where there's action, where there's volume, where there's opportunity. At the end of the day, as a short-term trader, we don't care what the company is. We're not investing in the thing long-term. So there's no biotech experts here at Trade Ideas. There's no anybody experts when it comes to any particular sector. We just like to go where the action is. Today, that could be biotech. Tomorrow, that could be EV stocks. The day after that, it could be oil stocks. We just go where the action is. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody else here, but as far as I know, nobody here cares about any one particular sector. And so that brings up a good point. Again, for those of you who are first timers here, we do these Q&As every day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and we have a rotating cast of characters that host these sessions every day. I typically do Mondays. And then we usually have Michael on Tuesday and Steve on Wednesday and Jamie on Thursday, Andy on Friday. Chris Varley will come in and give somebody a rest every once in a while and handle the stream. So we're all different traders. We all have different levels of experience. We all have different styles of trading. So come on in every day and get different perspectives. You might pick something up from somebody. All right, Naveen writes, I have been using TI Pro for 2 months. Awesome, Naveen, that's cool. Are alert windows mainly configured for intraday trading and T windows for swing trading? I am a swing trader and I'm trying to decide where I should focus more. Naveen, the short answer is no. That's not how you should interpret the difference between alert windows and T windows. So in a T window, let's start with a T window first. Okay, so here's a T window. T window stands for top list, right? The little T there in the upper left, that stands for top list. What this list is this is a window that dynamically updates every 30 seconds, and it's delivering to you in this window all stocks that satisfy whatever filter requirements you have in this window. So if I want to see what my filters are, I could just right click in here, go to configure, and go to my Windows specific filters tab, and you'll see the filters. The stock has to be priced a minimum of $5. This little hack here filters out ETFs. I don't want to see ETFs. And the other filter is a stock has to have an average daily volume of 100,000 shares. Not a whole lot of filters here, not a lot going on, but these are the filters that have to be satisfied. Okay, so you can add any number of filters you want, and you could be as strict with the parameters as you'd like. And the more strict you are, the more parameters you have, the fewer stocks you'll likely have show up in this window. And all this window is telling you is that right now, these stocks satisfy whatever your filter requirements are. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's something you need to do right now. It doesn't necessarily mean that this stock is moving. If I click on task, let's pull up the chart. Okay, well, this stock is moving pretty good, so maybe that's a bad example. Actually, this whole top list is a bad example because these are the biggest movers since the open. So yeah, these things will have moved. But generally speaking, a top list doesn't mean that you need to act right now. All it's just telling you is that these stocks satisfy your requirements. So maybe what you like to do is build a top list that shows you all stocks that are up on the day, are above their 50-day moving average, and are within 10% of their intraday range from their high of the day, right? These are stocks you might want to keep an eye on and then decide which ones to trade or, that kind of thing. But it's really just a window to tell you what you need to keep an eye on. Now, it doesn't matter if you're a day trader or a swing trader or a long-term investor. A top list is just a great time-saving device for you to only see the stocks that interest you and pay no attention to the ones that don't, right? The top list is very powerful that you could filter out all the stocks you don't want to see, right? Like maybe you only like to trade stocks that are, above $10 a share and below $50 a share. For whatever reason, that's your comfort level, okay? Well, great. Then you could use the top list to filter out all the high price stocks and filter out all the penny stocks so that all you see here are stocks you actually want to trade. All right. So that's what a top list does. Now, let's compare that to an alert window. An alert window is a real-time window. You'll see here it's got a timestamp, right? This is alerting you in real time when something happens. There's a trigger or an event that took place. In this case, it's all-time highs, right? So I got an alert at 10:36 and 28 seconds, so about 5 minutes ago. I got an alert in WD, and the blue arrow there is pointing to when I got that alert. Sure enough, if I zoom out on this daily chart, you will see this is an all-time high for that stock. See that? We're making a new all-time high. That's the alert that I have set up for this particular alert window. Now, we've got hundreds of different alerts you can choose from. This is just the alert that I've got for this window. But an alert window will let you know when whatever event you're waiting for has happened. And again, it doesn't matter if you're an intraday trader or a swing trader or a long-term investor, right? If you're waiting for a specific event to happen, you can set it so that the alert window will alert you when it happens, so you can act on it immediately if you want to. Okay. Now, like for this all-time highs window here, I don't act on all these things when they happen. I just like to know what stocks are making all-time highs. I like to know how many stocks are making all-time highs, right? Like if it's a type of day where this alert window is just firing off alert after alert after alert after alert, that tells me that the market is strong, regardless of what the indexes are doing. SPY might be going sideways, but if this thing starts just rattling off new highs, then I know there's something going on. There's action happening. So I use that alert for a variety of things, right? I just like to know, it gives me the temperature of the market. It also, I like to get some trade ideas from it for sure. So Naveen, I hope I answered your question there. Are retail stocks generally a nice swing from now through the holidays? For example, Walmart having a pullback but still staying relatively in its range. Holiday buying usually give these a boost. That's not a game I play. I know there's a lot of people that like to trade seasonality. But for me, what's a ticker for Walmart there? WMT. I mean, I don't know. It's not something I do. I don't know if there's an edge there. There might be. I mean, I don't like the way this stock's been trading over the last several weeks. I can tell you that. But yeah, I don't know. Seasonality is not my thing. All I care about is price. What's the price telling me? If that stock's going up, then that's all the signal I need. All right, folks, so we got about 13 minutes left here until I pass the mic back to Barry. So if you're sitting on a question, if we've talked about anything here that has reminded you of something that you needed help with, well, type it in here. Let's see if we can help. Yes, Walmart does look like crap right here. So by the way, guys, a little change in tune here a little bit. I got a little custom channel that I use. It's unique to me. I've created it. It's called my AI Swings channel. I use the Holly AI to generate some swing trade ideas. In fact, when we were at the top of this call, we were going through my Brokerage Plus and adjusting the stops on my swing trades here. All of these stocks that I'm in, that I have swing trades in, these were all ideas that I got from the Holly AI. Now, Holly AI is a intraday trader. She doesn't hold anything overnight, but I generate great swing ideas from the Holly AI. So what I do every afternoon, usually in the last hour of the day, is I come to this channel and I've got this little window right here that shows me all the long trades that the Holly AI has done today. It doesn't show me any of the short trades. I only care about the long. So see here, I got this little filter. I got it set to only long strategies. So I'm only seeing the long trades she's done today. And then what I do is, you'll see I got 4 charts across the top. They're all pointing to the same stock, but they're just different time frames. So starting from left to right, I got a monthly chart, then a weekly chart, then a daily chart, and then an intraday 5-minute chart. So what I like to do, and guys, I'm not saying this is the right way to do it, it's just what works for me, is I like to buy stocks that are in uptrends. I don't like to trade on the short side. I don't like to swing trade on the short side. I like to swing trade from the long side, and I like to buy stocks that are in long-term uptrend. So I'm paying most attention to these first 2 charts, the monthly and the weekly. I want to see bottom left to the upper right. Now, the monthly chart looks all right. That red candle's a little concerning, but the weekly chart, I don't like it. So that's not a stock I would trade. Dollar Tree, let's check this one out. Yeah, sloppy charts, don't like it. You can see I could go through this pretty quickly. Cross, I don't like it. Goss, I don't like it. Seal, don't like it. So right now, if this was the end of the day, no trades I would put on today. But let's just say hypothetically that we came across one that we like. So let's pull up this DT because this is one that I'm in. You can see I got into this last week or a couple weeks ago. You can see here that the monthly chart and the weekly chart are up and to the right. These are the types of stocks I like to get swing trades in. Now, the added confidence I get from Holly and why I use Holly to get me into these trades is because, yeah, anybody could find an uptrend and put a stock position on, right? But what's unique about Holly is that Holly gets into trades for a specific reason, because a catalyst has caught her attention. That catalyst can be anything from stock printing an all-time high to an uptick in insider buying to stock crossing a key moving average or an explosion of volume. There's hundreds of reasons, hundreds of catalysts that can get Holly into a trade. That catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. Because as I said earlier, Holly doesn't hold any trades overnight. But that catalyst, if I'm lucky, really does have the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks, potentially. And so anyone who's been at this game for any length of time knows that trading stocks is a percentage game. It's a statistics game, right? And you want to have edges in your favor. You've probably heard people talk about having an edge, right? You hear about it at the poker table, people playing blackjack. You want to have an edge. And if you have an edge, even if your edge is so slight that you have a 51-49 edge in your favor, then the best way to realize that edge is to execute as many trades as you can with that edge. Execute against that edge as often as possible. The more times you can execute against that edge, the more likely you are to realize that edge. So with that kind of mindset, if Holly has identified a catalyst that could potentially move a stock, to me, that's an edge. I don't know if it's a 51-49 edge. I don't know if it's a 55-45 edge. I don't know if it's a 75-25 edge. That would be nice if it is. But I do believe it's an edge, and the numbers have borne it out for me. And so that gives me the confidence of knowing that if I find a stock that Holly has gotten into that has a trend in my direction, then I've got a trend in my direction and I've got a catalyst in play. That's what I need. And that's what gets me in. So that's how I use Holly to swing trade. Not saying it's the only way or the right way, but that's how I do it. Dave, you're one of the followers of my spreadsheet, my Google spreadsheet. Yeah, full disclosure, I may not have updated it recently. I'm sure I've had some other trades that have not been added. This month has been tricky. I mean, you can see here, I only have 7 trades open right now. They've all, because I got stopped out of a bunch. And as we just went through all of my potential trades for today, there's been nothing on. There just hasn't been a whole lot of new trades recently. So I've been kind of sleeping on it, to be completely honest, Dave. And there have been a couple trades that I have entered, and I've just kind of entered them as an afterthought, and I just didn't go to update the sheet. So sorry about that, Dave. My bad. I promise you that when I enter some new trades, I will get that sheet up to date. Thanks for paying attention, David. Thanks for calling me out. You are absolutely right. I've been sleeping on that Google sheet. For those of you who don't know what David's talking about, if you follow me on Twitter, I tweet out each day when I enter new Holly swing trades. I tweet out the ones that I got into. I update it on the list. That's on a little Google sheet that I can share with you. You just have to click on the link and ask for permission, and I can share it with you. And then you can see all the latest Holly AI swing trades that I've put on. I will get back on that horse, David. Thank you for reminding me. It's just I've been lulled to sleep by the fact there hasn't been many new additions lately. It's been weird. Ever since Labor Day, the market's changed, right? And it's the setups that have been coming through, I just haven't liked. I mean, just like today, right? I cycled through all these charts, the 5 long trades that Holly's done today, and so far, I don't like any of them. So I'm not going to be putting any on. If this is all the trades that she does today, then I won't be putting another one on today. I'm perfectly happy to sit on my hands and do nothing. My Twitter handle, thanks for asking, Joe. My Twitter handle is @ChicagoSean. Chicago Sean. SEAN, the right way. Chicago Sean, all one word. Feel free to follow me. I talk stocks and I talk smack about college football. That's pretty much what you'll find on my Twitter stream. Here, I'll type it in here for you guys. All right, guys, I'm heading into the home stretch here. So last call for questions. I got about 4 minutes to hang with you. And then we give it back to the old Barry man. By the way, for those of you who have been asking questions, thank you for keeping the content rolling here. That's great. We rely on you for the questions. What stock are we going full account in? You looking for a YOLO trade there, Perfect Circle? Gonna go all in on something? Well, you should just go find a penny stock and go all in, right? Yeah, you know, just go find some out of the money calls and put all your account in it. I'm sure it'll work out well. You know, David, you kid and I kid, but believe it or not, I actually know a guy here in Colorado who comes to my trader meetups that I do every month. He actually has a strategy based around essentially YOLOing. Now, you know, he's not going all in on these things, but he is taking some YOLO trades and sizing them appropriately. And it's all part of a strategy. It's well thought out. He's got proper risk management and, you know, he's got a low win rate. He wins on probably 10% of his trades, but those wins are huge wins when he gets them. They don't happen very often, but when he gets them, they're huge winners. And that works for him. And it takes a different kind of mindset, different gut, different patience level, but it works for him and it's pretty inspiring. In fact, every time I talk to him, I leave the meeting being like, man, I should really try some more of what he's doing. Fast Johnny, when selling out of the money spreads, do you sell put side as well to make it a butterfly? Also, do you focus on selling SPX or stocks? That's a lot there, Fast Johnny. When I do out of the money spreads, I guess the answer is no. I mean, if I want to put a butterfly on, I'm going to put a butterfly on, right? I mean, it's all part of the strategy. I don't do a whole lot of butterflies. I do iron condors and strangles and straddles and all that stuff, but no. If I'm selling a call spread, I'm not going to sell a put side just for the heck of it. I'm selling a call spread for a very particular reason. And do I focus on selling SPX or stocks? When it comes to selling premium, I generally stick to the ETFs, SPX being one of them. When it comes to stocks, I'm usually putting on directional bets. I don't do a whole lot of premium selling in stocks. I mean, I might do a premium selling strategy with a bent on picking a direction, but I don't usually do a whole lot of delta neutral stuff. But we're getting kind of off topic here, folks. This is not an options conversation. We're here to talk about trade ideas. Joe Dagger, that little kid you're talking about, that little kid is me when I was 5 years old. You're welcome. Naveen, how would I pick a stop loss for swing trading? Well, you got to base it on a level that invalidates your idea. Okay, so if you're bullish on a stock, you got to pick a level that if the stock trades at that level, that convinces you that you're wrong. And that's where you put your stop loss. That's how it should be done. All right, folks. Well, we are at the top of the hour. Thank you for the questions. If you guys want to engage with me on Twitter, feel free to ask me questions there. If you want to talk options trading, hit me on Twitter. That's the best place to talk options trading. So there you go. But I'm going to pass this back to Barry here in just a second. We just make sure he's ready. And again, we do this every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Tomorrow's host will be Steve Gomez. No, I'm sorry. Tomorrow will be Michael Noss. He's Bonpara on Twitter. So come on back tomorrow. Get your questions answered. If you're sitting on anything, if you've been kicking the tires all night and you can't figure something out, come on into the live Q&A. We do it every day. In the meantime, Barry will ride you out here. Twitter handle is @ChicagoSean. Fast Johnny. Right there. I just typed it in there. @ChicagoSean. All right, guys. The next voice you hear will be Barry. Stand by.
On mute. I did put myself on mute briefly. Sophie is the Sophie Field in Los Angeles, a beautiful new stadium. I guess they're the sponsors of it. Okay guys, so DBI for me now, it's getting a little more interesting. The longer it holds over 15, if we get another volume pop, I'll probably take this. You have to do what you have to do, of course, but you know, we did have some volume. It popped up, it came back down, holding. If we just get some more volume to make it move. It's not a super low float. They don't all have to be low floats. Was it really a channel SPAC way back when? Wow, I didn't realize that. They must have some cash because they're, I don't know how much it costs them to have the field named after them. If that is the Sophie, I can't imagine it's not. Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, I thought so. Well, look, oh man, I mean, we're getting into the stocks that are not trending as well as I like to see them from my scanner. And a boom back. Boy, this RCAT, sorry guys, just miserable. Those of you who are in it, it is just sort of miserable. Got all the way down to 340. I mean, I don't know. I know some of you were taking this one. I don't know if you have a stop. $30 million a year. All right, guys, I'm a little late on it. We had an alert at 15:29 as a short for AEHR. Of course, it was a high flyer on Friday. It's below 15 now, though, and when you look left, what do you see? You see the low on Friday was 13.57, so it's a little less than $1.50, about $1.40 or so till it hits that low. Let's see how well it holds under 15. This could turn into a nice little short, AEHR. Now, you always got to run the risk, though, of course, shorting something like this, which had such a huge day. Volume wise, what's the float? Yeah, it's a low float. Okay, well, again, I'm just kind of watching the DATs. I've been trading this one a little bit in and out. I'm really thinking about holding this one, depending how it closes. Now, kind of watching to see if it can take out 12. All right, well, DBI's holding, guys. This is actually holding 15, not too badly. DBI. I mean, there's 15 right there. There's a 2-minute chart, so it's been touching 15 for a little bit. You can tell on the 5-minute chart, so about 15 minutes. I agree. 5 minutes is like 5 days. So here's another one, guys. You know, the Goss at one point in the simulator, up $97. This Bow WX up 102 now. So you got to keep, you have to pay. I can't. I'm not. This is in the simulator, but for you people who are using the simulator, this today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. These have to be paid attention to. Okay. Because it gives you an idea about how well you are managing your trades. Obviously, to be up $165 in RCAT at one point, and then, I just left the stop in there, taking me out for $100 loss. That is not the way to trade. Now, if you're wondering, well, why did I do it? The reason I did it, because I'm not paying attention to this. This is just for you guys to sort of see how it works. Same thing, if you're up $97, you shouldn't allow it to turn into a $70 loss. This is just a SPAC that I took as a potential, as a swing trade, just to see what would happen. Usually 10. It'll base there, so it can't get in too much trouble. I can't remember who they're buying. I do. I do, William, I do. Why, what did I say? Oh, well, always. But it's not a trailing stop. It's got nothing to do with the trailing stop. It may be I'm watching how it's trading. If I'm watching these, okay, if I'm watching, like, well, this one earlier, the RCAT. So I'm not putting a trailing stop at 10 cents or a percentage. If I were in this one for real and I got in at whatever it was, 390, and it got up to 425, I mean, that's a great percentage move. And I was watching it here. The minute that happened, it would have to be probably on a 5 minute. I'd be saying, oh, okay, let's take some out. But it's not like it's a 5 cent trailing. I mean, it's more of a field play. True, but it's not like a trailing stop that people say, I want to have a 0.01% or a 0.1% or a 10 cent or a 20 cent trailing stop. That's what I'm thinking that people, which is not to me, there's nothing scientific about it. I mean, if you're in a lot of trades at the same time, sure. But of course I'll have maybe it's just semantics. Of course I'll have a price I'm going to get out of the stock. But I think a lot of people, when they ask me, do I have trailing, they're talking about some kind of an automated procedure, a 10 cent or a 20 cent or a certain percentage. In that case, no. For me, no. What price is IB showing for AEI? The answer is 252. Same as our charts, 252. Yeah. Well, I just said it's the same as our charts. It's 252. Here's an IB chart. It's the same as our chart right now, but it's the same. I'm looking at my order entry. Not for me, not an IB. Really? I don't know what to say. No idea what to say on that. It's exactly the same as our our trade ideas charts. Just so I can see the pre-market highs, Becca. Okay, DATS. And you know what? I don't find the chart so hideous. Maybe maybe my standards aren't high enough. I just don't find it that bad. Guys, the longer this DBI holds over 15, if we ever get a volume push, this could start to make it go. Okay? I have some, yeah, I do have some standards. Pretty low, because that's why I'm in this room. Thank you, Real. Bing. Yeah, this is exactly the type of trade that I just don't do. Not because they're not good. I just don't have a feel for them. But good volume. You see that volume bar? Look at the volume bar. Look, look, look. Look at the volume bar on the 2 and the 5. And, you know, this has got another, well, it's got 11 minutes to close on that 15 minutes. So this will look like a nice big volume bar also on the 15 when it's over. Volume, guys, volume. No, I didn't have to. I think it got within, I can't remember what it had to get up to 10. I can't remember the stock. I just can't remember the stock. It had to get to 10 though, as I recall. That goes way back, Neil. Probably about 4 or 5 years ago. Guys, I mean the DBI, it's the good thing is just basing now, just over that 15. Just need get a volume bar like that on the 2 and pop it. So what you can do is just stick a price alert, you know, a little bit higher, say 15, 13. So you don't have to stare at the chart. If we get that pop on volume, that could be a good one. Yeah, the last 2 have been good trades of the week. Not easy to come up with them when you only have one. ASLE, guys, ASLE is starting to move. And this is an IPO from back here, I guess. So the next high looking left is 1835 there. The same 1835 on the weekly and the monthly. So this has some room. Low float. All right, I don't know if this is an IPO or no, this is not an IPO. This just got halted, guys. APYX just got halted. APYX as in xylophone. APYX just got halted. All-time high. And this is going to have a monster open. Whoa, this is going to have a big open. What's the float? 30 million in the float. Not high. Not low. And why I'm saying, I shouldn't say, we don't know what it is. Well, okay, when I first saw it, it was 16. It was up here at 16, 17, 16, 17. So now it has gone back down to 1468, but it was halted at 1399. You can see how this is a, you know, where it could open. This is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. But you see how of course this is a changing, moving target. But when I first saw it, it was at 16 something. Now, we'll have to see if we can find some news. I wonder if Zach can find some news on it. There's nothing in IB yet. Guarantee we won't have any news. So there's got to be some news for this one, guys. This doesn't happen just out of nowhere. So some news. None here? Interesting. I mean, well, you know what? I forgot. It's hardly traded. 81,000, that's it. But half of it is right here. So you have to wait and see how this opens. I mean, will the volume just completely explode also? But half of it is here. I don't see news pending. I don't see a news pending. Not yet, anyway. I just see a volatility halt. I don't see a news pending halt. I'm not saying there is not, but what I'm looking at does not say new. Hey, here's another one, guys. Jasper. Another one just got halted. Jasper, JSPR, or this is an IPO that just launched. No, this was earlier, because you can see where it traded, but now it is halted on the way up. And another one, it's hard to know. 1395 is what I have so far. He's just kidding. Yeah, he's just kidding, Neil. Okay, 10-year money back guarantee. We'll have to see how this APOIX opens. So see, right now, believe it or not, the open is below projected open, but it doesn't mean anything yet. Is below where it where it was halted. I have 14.14 now. It's halted at 13.99. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open 24.29. So this will open in less than a minute if it's a 5-minute halt. The other one is JSPR. JSPR. Jasper. I'm calling it Jasper. We have nothing. There's an IPO today. Whoa, oh my goodness. So look at the ASLE. Up, down. It is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Yes, William. All right, we are now open. And what happened? It's a tough spread right now, 62.80. I wouldn't be shorting it yet. I mean, you never know what direction this is going. And right now, such a tough spread to commit to, but good for you. Well done, William. Okay. Well, it looks like you're going to be okay. 1355, 1370. I don't know if you're still in it. Again, the spread is a little bit wonky, but right now you're in the money. Yeah, this CRA, it's interesting. I mean, it's a buyout, and yet it is moving. I didn't see a buyout price. Of course, the lawyers are coming out. Whether or not Creighton has obtained a fair price in its transaction with DL Holdings. But it appears this is a shareholders agreement. This is not a hostile takeover or anything like that. Yeah, real. That was I actually played. You guys can look it up. The euphonium in E flat, or the American version. It's called the baritone horn. I actually played one of those. Believe it or not. So yes, it was Barry's baritone. Yes, yes. I think not. Not right now, anyway. Maybe on a Friday afternoon with about 10 minutes left, and we're all bored. And I'll sing a little. I'll sing a short song like "Inagata de Vida," something like that. A real short one. I said on a Friday. On a Friday. I didn't say this Friday. All right, guys. Well, DBI. Let's see if it goes. If nobody knows that song, then they don't know music. I'm a music historian. Yeah, you're right. You know, the APYX, it wasn't, was how many shares? Ah, you're right. Actually, 1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. Did I say DBI? I've said DBI a few times, yeah. Okay, we don't have that. I looked at that. I was wondering if that's what you're talking about. We have the 200 at 1430. The 200-day moving average? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's approaching. I do see the chip, but I just like the way it's holding over 15. What is the link to the Trade Ideas trading room? The link is here. Just doesn't, I mean, I've got my price alert set up here at 1513. It just, I know the channel, I know, but I thought maybe just being over that whole number, but it has not triggered yet. No a little wee volume, but that's on the selling side right now. There you go, from The Simpsons. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, there are differences. The web-based version versus the downloadable app, Prague. I don't have a good answer for you why. It's, the developers, for whatever reason, they can't have all of them in the web-based version. The question was, why are there differences in the channels that are available in the web-based version versus the downloadable app? If you're going to ask me why, I don't know. It's been asked before. Let me just see what the differences are. Okay, let's see what these differences are. Yeah, see that they don't even work the same way. It doesn't work the same way. Now, how many differences are there? Traders Vault, after hours, sectors. Yeah, certainly different names, sector status. Probably most of them are the same because we pared down the number of channels in the channel bar. We got rid of a lot of channels that just weren't being used. So I don't know, I don't really, without putting them side by side, not sure what the differences are. Yeah, for instance, Omni AI and all this, I mean, this is now, that's gone by the wayside, and it's just, I never, ever, ever really agreed with this, but they didn't listen to me. But now they are. So now it's just Trade Ideas AI, all of them all in one, sort of your Omni. Okay, strength alerts are there, my watch list is there, pre-market's there, of course. This is gone. Oh no, it's here. I'm surprised it still made it. EV, momentum is there, I know. Crypto, Alpha Predator, I'm sure is here, yes. I think most of them are about the same. Okay. Sector status, trade the gap for whatever reason. I can't believe this. Oh, there it is. So I think most of them are the same in the latest version of the app. Because we got rid of a lot of things. Okay? But you're not missing anything. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Jose, welcome to what we call the main trading room. Roku. I'm just stunned that it got up to 500. Almost 500. I'm just stunned. I remember when it was all over, when I think it broke down through 100 a while back. Well, even here, look at this. Right here. I mean, it's not that long ago. So like this 5 times in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about less than 2 years for a stock like this. URA, how is uranium doing right now? CCJ, if it's up, I mean, that's the big one. Remember these days, guys, remember when uranium, all we could talk about was uranium, 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 all the way up to 26, and now... Ha, William. Must be a slow day for you. Okay, so CPU, first of all, we don't have the 200 EMA. We do have a 200 SMA, but we have no EMAs. I know. Sounds crazy, but we have no EMAs as filters. And as far as bullish crossovers, I don't use a MACD at all. So you're better off asking one of the traders who, I don't know any of the other traders at Trade Ideas that use MACDs, but I mean, this is what we have. So there would be your alert. Okay, so I don't know what alert you would use necessarily. But a bullish crossover, if you can't see it here, what you would call a bullish crossover, this is all we have for MACD. So I'm assuming a crossover would be, I've never used the MACD, okay? So I'm assuming that a bullish crossover would be crossing above a signal. So this is all we have though, okay? 5-minute MACD, 10-minute. I guess we've got signal and 0. So is there anything here that makes sense to you? Because I've never used MACD. Number 1. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you want to see this, if you're a subscriber, just right-click on an alert window and then type in MACD, then you can see. Okay, so what time frame? I mean, you've got all these different time frames. Because you've got to pick one trigger, typically, okay? Trigger meaning, you know, the alert that is going to trigger the strategy. All right, 30-minute. So 30-minute crossed above signal. So what is more bullish for you? Crossed above, I don't use this at all. So crossed above 0 or crossed above signal? All right. Well, so now, again, we don't have the 200 EMA. We have the 200 SMA. Is that okay? Okay. So, if you were going to build a new alert window with that, new alert window, and we start from scratch, load the settings, so now we're zeroed everything out. Okay, so Windows specific filters. What price range? I mean, to build, you have to build it. Okay, so minimum 15, so 15 to a million. I mean, what about a minimum volume today? Just going through an exercise, guys. I'm not too busy right now, so I'm just going through an exercise. Somebody asked, how would you build a MACD screener and backtest it? So what about minimum volume? Okay, so 250K. All right, and then so I'm just going to leave it like this, and then I'm going to add in the 200-day moving average. Oops. Okay, so the change from the 200-day, and you just said, and it's above it, so I can put as low as you want. I can put 1% above it, or just making sure that it is above it by just putting, 0.01. Okay, so now if you look here, price is 15. It's above the 200-day moving average, minimum of 250,000 shares. Okay, and now we add the MACD that you wanted, and you wanted 30 above the signal, crossed above the signal, add the alert. Okay, now here's our summary. Okay, so now you have, I'm going to give this to you. Now, first of all, do you have our premium service? The reason I ask is that the backtester is part of our premium service. You can have 10 to try it in our standard service, but if you really wanted to get into backtesting, you need our premium service. Okay. All right, I'm going to call this one CPU. This is for you, CPU, okay? CPU, MACD, crossover. Okay, now, you're wondering if it would be a good strategy. So let's just do it. So I'm going to put nothing, I'm putting nothing in here. I'm just going to see what happens. So now it's going to go and look at all the occurrences that happened. Okay, so starting off with 50,000. So this is what would have happened. Okay, and that would have been 3,000 trades. So this is now where you have to start saying, okay, let's start to add some more filters, maybe a tighter price range, maybe a bigger minimum volume, maybe the stocks have to be up for the day, 3%, 4%, because obviously 3,000 trades, you don't want that many. You go. But that's the idea. Now you can go to the optimizer and you can see, was there a price range, that is better? Was there a time of day that this would have worked better? Things like that. Okay. Yeah, way too many. So don't ask me now because all I'm going to do is give you this, and now you can play around with it. Okay, that's the basis of it. You can play around with it, and now you can start to add some filters to tighten it up into maybe a price range, maybe a bigger minimum volume. Maybe the stocks have to be up for the day by 6%, 5%, 2%, 3%. Run the back tester again, see how many alerts you get. Just things like that. Back testing is something that very, very few of our customers do. Okay? But that at least that gives you a start. There are no news filters, no, Gary. And we have news, but we don't have like an alert that says, this stock just had news. No. Be pretty hard. I mean, listen, stocks come up with news all the time. Is it going to be necessarily relevant, to anything? But I guess, anyway, to answer your question, no, we don't have a news filter. We used to have stock twits. We used to do a social media score. Well, I guess in theory, I think we sort of created one a little bit, but it's not exactly what you're looking for, I think. Social sentiment, but that's buzz. That's not the same. Because you see what I did there, CPU? Okay, so you can start to add some filters, and then you can do the back tester, and if you get a decent looking equity curve, okay, you can start to play around with it, try get into the optimization of it, maybe a better time period where that strategy would work, maybe a better price range where that strategy would work. But let's just say you had an equity curve that didn't look very good. Then you got to start really tinkering around and figuring out, well, how could I make this work? It's a real trial and error situation. And then unfortunately, you could make one that looks pretty good, and then in a week it could degrade on you. It just may not be giving you the results. So then it's almost back to the drawing boards, because then you have to start saying, I wonder what other filters could I add, that could make it good again. So it's, I don't have the time anymore. I used to do it a few years ago, but I don't have the time to do it anymore. It's just really something that just takes a lot of time. I don't, some people ask me, well, why don't you backtest your option scanner? I have. It's terrible backtesting, okay? I don't care. I want to see the alerts, then I can decide what's happening. Let's just do it for fun. It's not, at this point, obviously in the last little while, it's been moving like this. But understand what these lines mean. This line means, okay, no slippage and no commissions. Now, granted, depending if you have a commission-free broker, then you don't have to worry about commissions. But there's also a slippage component, which I actually put in here. Slippage meaning you may not be able to get the trade exactly when you want it, when you get the trigger, okay? So I have a 4-cent slippage. Just that alone causes this equity curve not to be very good. Just that alone. If you're not factoring slippage into anything, then you're not then you're not doing it in a real world situation, in my opinion. Okay, guys, DBI. So now I could take that and I could try to figure out, what could I do to make that equity curve better? But I don't care. I want the alerts, and then I can play around with them, during the day, seeing how they're doing. I just want the alerts. We don't get too many in that option scanner. That's funny, Yeti. But that is not to dissuade you, I mean, from trying it and seeing how it works. Well, can we have a little bit of continuation for DBI? Getting closer to that upper end of the Bollinger Band. It's above it on the 2, but I don't know if that means that much. Still way below it on the 15. But the nice thing is, look left, look at all the room it's got on the daily chart, 1628. So it's $1 away. I'm not saying it's getting there. If you can get in earlier, great. You can always reduce, you can reduce the filters values. I mean, I've got I don't want to get a lot of alerts in it, okay? But you can always reduce the filter values. So what I'm saying is this. I mean, you could always, if you wanted to, instead of 3,000% of normal, you can make it 200% of normal. Instead of 1,000 contracts, you can make it 1,000 contracts. Instead of the minimum volume being 500,000, you can make it 300,000. You'll get the alerts earlier. The problem is you may get a lot of other alerts that just don't pan out. So for me, I'm absolutely happy to have those filter values in, and so that I get a little more confirmation and not get inundated by alerts all day long. All right, guys, I'll be right back. So I think, Gary, that is a common refrain, all right? So much information on TI. But this is how I describe it, okay? Yes. When I go through my little spiel in the morning, I say, here are all the alerts we have. And, scrolling down, tons and tons of alerts, all the filters that we have, tons and tons of filters. Why? Because, there are a lot of different trading styles, all right? So we try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customer, if they're trying to build their own scan, they can find something that they can combine to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Does that mean they have to learn every one of them? Of course not. It's sort of like, when you look at a word, a word manual. I mean, it's 1,000 pages thick. Most people, all they care about is, okay, how do I type? How do I bold or something? Or how do I print? I mean, they're using so little of it. But others might say, well, I want to know how to collate, or I want to, other more advanced topics. So we have a lot of things. Doesn't mean you have to learn them all. Okay? That's why I try to get people just if you happen to be a momentum trader like myself, there are just a finite number of alerts, that a person would have to concentrate on. Rather than thinking, oh my gosh, I've got to learn all those alerts, I've got to learn all those filters, what do they all mean? No. The learning of the program, more, in my opinion, is more about, okay, I have a layout. How do I save it? How do I add a scan to it? Things like that, okay? But it's not learning every alert, every filter. Nope. William, nope. Never. I hate these cannabis plays. Obviously okay, I know what you're looking at here. Market is anticipating something positive, okay? But what is MJ doing? What is the industry doing? What is the sector doing? Okay, so there's something going on. There's something going on in the sector. House OK's bill to facilitate banking for cannabis companies, that was on the 22nd, but that was last week. But was there a massive reaction? No. I think there was a reaction. What time? There was a reaction right there. Is that a massive big boom? No. So anyway, ACB is certainly moving with the rest of the sector. It just happens to have earnings. My guess is that CGC is doing the same thing. And Tilray, I'm sure they're all doing the same thing. It has to, because the sector is doing that, and these are the major components of the sector. All right, now guys, we have another one showing up in the option scanner. TRIT. Now look at TRIT. Sneaking in because it's just barely 300%. So the next high looking left on the monthly is 685. On the weekly, the weekly has 633, and so the next high in the weekly is 633. It's almost right there. So if we can get through 633, then the next high is 707. So I guess it's got a shot. Where are these guys out of? Singapore, okay. Is it a SPAC? Oh, it is a SPAC. It's, usually the SPACs are around $10. All right, guys, I'm just pausing here, just looking to see if there's anything. Oh man, now this is showing up on the option scanner moving down. Remember, I mean, look how choppy this was. This is a SPAC. Got up to 1067, now down through 10. I'm kind of watching this CCXI. Not kind of, I am watching it. And I mean, it's just basing beautifully now. So this could have another run in it. I mean, it had the big run all the way up to 1970. It pulled all the way back. And again, it did have some news. Something about, I guess in Japan, their drug has been approved. There we go. So announces approval in Japan of Tavneos. I don't know how big a market. I don't know what that is. But that is the news. So if it can ever sort of base here and then start moving again, look left. Look at the room it's got. I actually did my video on this one today. Just because it's got all this room, this could be a multi-day play. I mean, it's only up 5%. It's nothing fantastic, and for whatever, I don't remember what happened here, but I mean, obviously it just got slammed this week. Let's take a look at the day. This day, look at this. I mean, this just absolutely devastated, and then it fell further. I mean, a lot might have thought, well, that's it, right? Especially the next day was a little bit of green, and then it fell another $18. And that's the thing, isn't it, William? I don't know what that. So that might be, that's the limiting factor, of course. How much money can they make? Press release, a press release like that always looks good. But as William says, maybe it's a pretty rare disease. So you can't make. I mean, I hate that on the business side of it. Maybe they can't make very much. Yeah, how much can they charge? Anyway, I thought it was interesting, and just to follow it going forward. But as you said, I mean, it's only up 5%. And it's not a crazy, crazy high float. You're a brave man, William. Again, ATUS, so obviously, ooh, boy. Yeah, Das is not an easy trader. But DVI is, just inching its way, guys. Inching its way. This is probably the best, maybe the best one from the option scanner in that it really hasn't had any wild fluctuations. All right, guys. Well, things have really slowed down for me, so probably just as good time talk a little bit about our test drive and a little bit about my home page. All right, the test drive, the test drive. So if you click on that link, this is what you'll see. 2 weeks from today, it starts. For $11.11, you'll have access to up to 10 full trading days with trade ideas. I say up to, you have to be able to take advantage between the 11th and the 22nd of October, okay? Those are 10 trading days. If you cannot take full advantage, you'll have you won't have the full 10 days. It's that simple. If you have our standard service, you want to try our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do so. Sign up for it here. And again, if you're signing up now, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You will not have data until, live data, until the 11th. You'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes the Friday before, so you can play around with it over the weekend, the balance of Friday plus the weekend. So you'll have, so I really, you should get at least a little bit accustomed to what Trade Ideas is. I'm also going to put this link in here. Okay, there are the 20 lessons. It goes over things like what is a top list, how to create a top list, what's an alert window, creating them. It goes into what the AI, Holly, is all about. Okay, so a lot of information there. Okay, in those 20 lessons. They're very short, it's all text-based. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription automatically, okay? Don't worry. If you do want to take out a subscription, great. There'll be a nice promo code after the test drive is over. But there's no, you don't have to take out we don't put you into a subscription. I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Obviously, not obviously, but there's a way to take out a subscription with a promo code right here. These three sections, the trade of the week, stock of the day, and the education, they're all free. So you can sign up for the trade of the week. It'll get sent to you before the market opens every morning. This was a pretty good one, AHT, this week's AHT. Even though healthcare was not Healthcare was not a good sector to be in today, but this one kind of traded on its own. The trigger was 1591, and it got up to 1725. How you trade it is up to you. That's certainly, because remember when we looked at our sector status, healthcare and financials were two of the worst performing sectors today. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, you can sign up for them all right here. And again, all the education right here. Right here. Come on. Must be people looking out. Here we go. So there are those 20 introductory lessons. Yeah, website's taking a while to load today. Top lists, building them, alert windows, creating them, single stock window, price alerts, on and on and on. Okay? Daily support sessions. So again, between 12 and 1, somebody else takes over in YouTube. One of the other traders takes over. Daily webinars. So we're on the Monday, Wednesday cycle this week. Tuesday, Thursday next week. You can sign up for them all right here. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, a video about the AI. And if you're new to trading, great little 36-part video series, short videos, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, this is for you. And trading ebooks. So lots and lots of information on my homepage. Save the link, okay? Because then the other section, you have to be a subscriber, of course. Here are the individual scans that I'm sharing, and also a sample layout. It looks a lot like the layout that you see. Just to inform you, the gap up and gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link, then you can take a look at my scans and also all the education whenever you want. Boy, remember all the fuss about this one? Faraday Future Intelligent Electric Inc. This was a SPAC, became this, FFIE. Tja. Pola. Let's take a look at Pola. I haven't seen that one for a while. This used to be a very active stock. Remember this month? Got up to 30. This was one of those Wall Street bet stocks, obviously. You can tell. How can you tell? Because there are going to be so many charts that look like this in January. But since then, look at, I mean, it's just done nothing. Whew. Okay, guys. No new alerts for a long time for me. All right, guys. Well, you know, the CCXI is on the move a little bit. It's on the move a little bit. A little break here. Yeah, not showing up on my scanner because it's still less than 300%. Well, unless it's come back, ARCAD has been a miserable trader today. Yeah, I mean, it's been, you know, a little, obviously the pop in the pre-market. 5-year contract with NASA. Yay. Moved up over 4, but since then it's been just, you know, drifting down. Boy, this one is, I'm hearing have an applause sound. It's not applaud. No shorts available for me in this one, the PHCF. Huge move in the pre-market. Then it just, once the market opened, splat. Like the DATS, I am a little surprised. I thought maybe once it took out that high, it would say at least over 12. I have my alert set back over 12. At least I think I did. I might have erased it, so I have my alert set back over 12. See if it does it again. You guys have been talking about Avis. Wow, what a move. Yeah, this whole, I mean, I haven't tried to rent a car, and obviously since the pandemic, but I mean, that's all I've ever heard, that the car rental prices are incredibly high. If you can find something to rent, people are snapping up used cars like mad. You know, somebody in the room last week talked about a run in Costco, or Costco limiting, I don't know, toilet paper and paper towels and all that. Maybe our countries are very different, but you know, the stores I went into on the weekend, there doesn't seem to be any issue with those commodities anyway, and really nothing. I haven't seen anything in you know, the things that I would normally buy. They say, hey, where is it? Ugly. Look at this trit. Real. Well, you can say that because you're an American and I'm a Canadian, of course, so you can say that. Well, that is funny. Boy, Dats just took a huge drop here. Really? Okay, well, I guess I'm more concerned about food. You know, I mean, you can get by without another spoon or another pot or pan, but it's tough to get by without food. Well, yeah, I mean, but wasn't it that was a pipeline or something that broke, right? In the UK? Not in the UK, but in France or something? There's no button to hit. There's a procedure. Okay, there's no button, but I'll give you the link. Somebody wanted. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room wanting to get into the main trading room. Is that right? Wow. In terms of the container. All right, guys, Corvus is I don't know why I have this up and running, but Corvus is putting a little bit of a move here. But again, it's been choppy. I mean, it's up and then down. Now it's moving up. This may stall it. If that doesn't stall it, the 790 might stall it. I'm talking about the CRVS. And he just got halted. Timely from Ija. Annie just got halted, guys. I'm just noticing it hit our halt scanner. And look at the volume that came in. So let's take a look. 685, 686. I'm just looking to see where it may open. So this is a crypto play, right? This is a crypto play. No matter what it says here. That's amazing, William. Well, I'm actually blissfully ignorant or unaware because every store I've ever been in the last month, just no issues whatsoever, including electronics, which has surprised me. Well, let's take a look. Annie, my goodness, Annie, what is going to open at 685, 686? So it's really not giving us a clue. Of course, in the month, it did get up to 12. This is really strange. I mean, this one is still moving higher on that acquisition, KROS being acquired. Of course, lawsuits are coming, or lawsuits, I shouldn't say lawsuits. Lawyers are questioning whether it's fair value. Aha! And that's it, rubber toe. Okay. Rubber toe. Yeah, I see the same headline now. Yeah. Elon Musk will likely join M&A partner Griffin Digital Mining as board member after a merger. Oh, that's okay. I can't call a guy who's done what he's done an idiot. You may not like his style, you may not like his personality, you may not like a lot of stuff about him, but idiot is not not something I would call him. But hey, okay, and he just resumed. Let's see, what did it do? Well, it popped. It did pop. It really popped. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I don't know. Not that I want to short this one, but well, here's the thing, guys. I mean, it's an eye-catching headline. Whether you think it's going to happen or not, it doesn't matter. This is the circulation. Traders circulate this. And so, look at the volume that came in. There's the volume on the halt. Again, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Stupid IB. No, it means that Interactive Brokers have no shorts available. That's just my broker. That when I say I can't short it, it just means that my broker, Interactive Brokers, does not have shorts available to short. Well, that was for Becca, the stupid IB. That was for Becca. All right, a late one now, guys. LICY showing up in the option scanner. Again, this was a SPAC, I guess. It took the symbol LICY. The high here is 1185, 1198 now. So looking at this, it looks like an IPO, but of course it is not. As now we all know, because we just have to look at the lifetime range. And it says 53%. So when it was a SPAC, whatever it was before it became LICY, it was almost double this price at some point. But at this point, that's all people are really looking at right now. All right, guys. It's a nice break on the 15s too. LICY. No, there was one good one from the AI today. It's a more expensive one, but up 6.8%. And that would be Kros, Kros. The entry was here. You could have entered it here. Fairly stable trade, not too much up and down. And this is what I'm talking about. Right here, there was an entry. There's your stop. Huge stop. So that's a huge stop. I wonder how they came up with that one. $33 on a 40 entry. Thought maybe it was the low of the day, but I don't even think that's not the case. I don't know how they came up with that stop price. Some algo kicked in. 33.56 is where? It's almost like right here. All right, guys, just going to put my info in here. Closing the room at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Well, it's not even a real PR either. It's just, as you say, traders are circulating this. I don't think it's certainly not a company PR. Whether it's true or not. But this is one, watch after hours. I mean, this is one of those, not this one, sorry, one of those ones that doesn't matter what we think, okay? It's one of those ones that, you know, if it gets close to the highs, or even if it just sort of stays here and then all of a sudden you start seeing some post-market action. I'm not saying to take the trade, but this could be really active after hours. Ah, interesting, Zach. Not me. On the weekends, I take off. But good to have people like yourselves who likes to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the market. We got to work on that, Zach. Well, this is a little bit different. I thought it was traders circulating. I mean, you know, okay, seeking alpha now reports. Okay, well, I thought it was originally it said traders are circulating a report. It's fascinating. Well, Elijah, I saw you in the Q&A, not I guess a couple of weeks ago. I think you asked the question. I can't even remember what they said. They probably said we're working on it. Well, now you know, Johnny. Better late than never. Well, let's see. Did Lycy do anything? LICY? Nope. Well, again, it may be completely and utterly bogus, but I'm going to watch it after hours. I want to see what it does. I mean, it may just do something stupid. Well, I mean, if you look monthly, this month it got up to 12. Yeah, I'm not saying it's going to do that, but I mean, it's got room. If look, it's all to do with what the perception is of the so-called news. Okay, that's all it is. So I mean, if it starts running after hours, hey, I mean, it's holding 7. Listen, I'm not pumping this. Believe me, I'm just saying. I'm just looking at it as a trading opportunity. If it takes out 7 and moves down, it's over. See, I could never be a bag holder because I have a stop and I'm out if I get stopped out. I'm not. I can never ever bag hold. My bag holding days are way past me. You didn't. Good for you then. It's just that sometimes after hours, there're not that many stocks that trade huge volume after hours. So all of a sudden, if you're, from what and I don't trade after hours that much, but what I've noticed is that a stock that has, a lot of interest during the day can just sort of pause, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, after hours, traders pile into it. I'm not saying this is going to happen with any. I have no idea. Even this RCAT, I mean, the RCAT could have some after hours action. It's just sort of resting. It did have some news. And so all of a sudden, if you watch after hours and it's, holding this area right here, and then all of a sudden you start getting some volume. I mean, it could go a little bit crazy after hours just because if you look left, there's a ton of room. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's probably one of those ones. If it doesn't hit my scanner, it doesn't hit my scanner, my post-market scanners. But it's one of those ones that, in theory, because I mean, it's up 51%. So I mean, there's still some enthusiasm. It hasn't dropped off the face of the earth yet. Even DATS, okay? If DATS gets over 12 again after hours, gets up into this area and starts to attack this. I mean, there's an all-time high. It could run. People not wanting to wake up the next morning and saying, oh man, look at the gap, which happened after hours, you see? Again, I don't know that that's going to happen. Yeah, hey, listen, Lacey did it. I mean, 1196 and that high right there. Of course, it looks like an all-time high. We all know it isn't, but on the move. Yeah, just no shorts available for me at you know what broker for any. Two Baron pushes today. Vizio, how did Vizio end up? Not terrible. I mean, there's the pre-market action. Just basing here now. Just base, 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 base. You too, X. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end. They say I'll always stay later if there are some questions. So, feel free to ask any questions now before I wrap this up. You too, Zach. Yeah, didn't I give that to you last week, Ori? Fess up. You didn't save it, did you? Really? Okay. I thought you asked for it. Okay, there it is. And so, in case you're wondering what the float turnover is, it's just, well, let's take an example. So look at PALT, P-A-L-T. 25 million have traded. The float is only 3.75. So if you divide the float, 3.75, into 25 million, that'll give you a float turnover ratio. In this particular case, it has traded the float 6.7 times. It's I mean, that's a lot of activity. Yeah, well, Greg, I don't know if you're being serious or not. Fewer shares, wider stops, don't trade as much. Pretty vague question. I mean, your entries are obviously, I don't know where you're entering things. Well, guys, DBI wasn't sensational, but at least it was a little less up and down than some of the other ones, okay? And you never know. Not next week, tomorrow, it could keep having a little bit of a rally. I mean, it's still on the daily chart. I mean, it still has room, 1634, so has another dollar till it hits all that resistance. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Get into the simulator. Exactly. Should have said that first. Try to get some confidence back by trading in the simulator. Perfect timing, guys. My headset just died on me, so I am going to wrap this up. Wouldn't call this a great day. Didn't see a lot of super trending ones from my option scanner, but you know, it wasn't terrible, but wouldn't call this a great day out of the option scanner. And in that particular case, you know, my bar is set high. All right, everybody. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody. I hope to see you then. Bye-bye.